We might be live.
There
Right.
you go.
Hey, greetings, everybody, and welcome to another edition of the Breakfast Club. Myself, obviously, the Got That Funk, and Boobs McGee, Dev Shell 2, and Agent of Doubt over there. Gentlemen, we do anticipate more hosts, so I don't necessarily want to dig into anything too cumbersome. Let me just check my notes here. I had to do notes this week because there's been shit I've had to talk about.
Well, I'd like to kick it off.
Say happy birthday to Republicus in the comments. If he's actually 54 years old today, happy birthday, man. I remember being 54. It was a good year for me. So
Yeah.
good.
Happy birthday, dude.
All right.
Could we start with the engineering of penis henge? Because I don't understand why you are so reluctant to want to use ice to hold the thing together.
Because ice expands when it freezes. Water expands when it freezes, so it'll just bust.
It'll push things apart.
Yeah.
But like it's going to get covered with snow, and then the ice is going to sink in there anyway.
It doesn't really happen like that, though. When they get covered with snow, they actually the big ones anyway, turn into snowmen. It's actually kind of cool, and the little ones just look like mounds in the ground. You can't see, but yeah, I actually love stacking stones beyond description. I don't understand why I like stacking stones so much, but it's a bit of a obsession. And I have to say that my partner is extremely tolerant and patient because we've got so many now. We've got more than 24 around the property, and Michael, you've been here. I still have rocks I could stack on down the canyon, but every place on top is pretty much taken where there's a flat rock to stack on. So, no, I think your naming it penis henge was probably going to end up going down because Rob mentioned as well. I posted a picture of the sailboat the other day, but not from the side, so you couldn't see the sail from the sides to see the sail shape, so it looks phallic.
Yeah, it looked like a dick.
But I mean, if you're going to stack rocks vertically,
that's the first time
it looks like a dick. We're just programmed to think that way, right? It's all evolution.
That's the first time you've recognized it as phallic. The whole time it's been phallic. As much as the Washington Monument is a big fucking pecker, your house is surrounded by peckers.
No, man. Some of them are quite feminine. I insist. Yeah. I hope. No, when I used to live in the UK, and there's a long time in the 90s when I used to go exploring all these ancient stone monuments and stuff, old standing stones. And there's a place called Avebury, and nearby there's like a parade of stones going down quite a long ways. And on one side, there's a male stone, which is quite phallic. And on the other side, there will be a stone, which is more shaped like not round, but more sort of wide at the hips, as it were. And they'd be opposite each other right the way down the parade. And you get that phenomenon in a lot of standing stone circles as well. So I do think that there's a way, like there's one out there that just looks more matronly. That's all I can say,
Okay.
Yeah.
There's one matronly looking monument.
There's a couple. There's a couple. Yeah. There's little families as well. I got like a mother and her kids and another one with a mother and her kids, because, I live with a mother who had lots of kids. So it just makes sense.
Because from what I've seen, your yard has the femininity ratio of Smurf Village.
No comment. Oh dear, but yeah. And for people in the audience who don't know what I'm talking about, I stack stones as a hobby, and I kind of got carried away and obsessed with it. And I can't wait to go traveling when there's no pandemic anymore, so I can do it in national parks and I don't have to do it all over around here, because I can't do it anywhere but my own property, right? Because I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want some other fool coming on my property and stacking stones, right? So I wouldn't do it to someone else. But in a national park, that's different, or the beach, that'd be cool.
The closest I've seen to what you've done is when people pull off the side of the road at the salt flats in Utah. There's some tiny stackings there.
Yeah.
Boy Scouts learned to stack stones to say, "Help! I'm lost, and I went this way."
Right.
But not to the scale that you've been doing it. You're taking it a little far.
Well, I appreciate that. I'll take that as a compliment. Yeah, I think, like I say, I don't know why I like it so much. I really don't. I find it's satisfying in a way that nothing else has ever satisfied me. So that's an obsession. Rob, how have you been?
I don't know.
I'm convinced.
I don't know. I don't know.
I've been elaborate.
I wake up, I have coffee, watch the kids, change some diapers, listen to some nursery rhymes, contemplate jumping off the roof, watch some more TV, go to bed, do it all over again.
Wow. I used to feel that way when I was scaffolding. I would wake up, go to work, come home, take a bath, have my dinner, get high, go to bed, wake up, do the whole thing. I mean, it was like boom, 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 boom. There's no time to do anything other than the things I had to do. Yeah. Just real quick, I want to put this one on the screen.
There's all kinds of time. But there's, with quarantine and everything else, there ain't shit to do, so.
Marcus wants to know if you've ever stacked stones stoned.
Oh, right. I'll put that one up real quick. Bang. There you go. Hi, Marcus. Always. Yeah. I live in Colorado, so it's quite accessible and cheap.
And you're kind of upwind of Boulder.
Yeah. I live in the mountains above Boulder, so it makes sense. It just, man, it does. No, when I did my first one, I was just like, I just want to establish my presence here. Boom. And I did one, and I was so happy with it. And I'm like looking around, and there's so many stones, and there's so many stones, places to stack stones, and you kind of see my problem.
Yeah. when you heard you were going to that area, and you heard the names of all the
I heard from my daughter though
that had to do with rocks, did you think that there would be that much rock medium?
No, of course not. No, I'm telling you what, though, I like Boulder. I liked it even before I ever lived in Colorado. I always liked the name Boulder for a town, and I did imagine that there was some like monumental boulder in the middle of the city somewhere, but of course there's not.
Mecca.
How are you doing, Sister Danger?
I am alive.
Okay, well, thanks for confirming.
I mean, if I wasn't, it would make this show super interesting at exactly this moment.
Right. Well,
I'm relatively well. I'm sorry. I'm fine. I'm kind of putting food in my face because it's the first food I've eaten all day. So, yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
And I have a terrible headache that I've had for about a week. I mean, the headache hasn't been there for a week, but my neck is very sore, and I wake up and all my muscles are tight, and I have a headache. But the last couple of days, it's been pretty bad. So that's the thing. But other than that, I'm good.
You've had a headache for a week that you haven't had for a week?
No. I wake up and I have that because my neck is super sore and stiff, and then it dissipates, except for the last couple of days where it has not particularly dissipated, and I've just kind of had an icky muscle something headache. Yes, I would love to have that. Would be amazing. Massages are good. And I can trust that you're past the age where what massage actually means is a way for me to touch a girl. That's what it means when you're like.
I would also recommend investing in a good chair.
You know what? I do. You know what? I get enough of this at home. I come here and have a good time, and I do not need to hear about how terrible my chair or my desk is. Okay, the fact that I literally could practically kill myself. You guys can't see it because the camera doesn't go there, but like I don't have an armrest on the left arm of my chair. At some point, it became broken off, and now it's just like the arm thing comes up, and it's filled with spiky plastic that has no actual arm padding or rest on it. I've torn clothes on this thing. I accidentally have like scraped my thigh by sitting on it.
Should we like start a Sister Danger chair fund? I mean,
I want a chair. I want a chair like Bionic Dance has. I mean, I want a chair that when I sit down in it, it feels like I'm going to blast off into space. No, I can't fix it with duct tape, actually, because the part that was the part where you would normally rest your arm on, like I can on this side, but not on this side unless I want to like somehow stab myself and, commit suicide by slitting my wrist by leaning on it too hard. It used to be attached by duct tape, and then it got worse to the point that it just can't stay there at all anymore, and now has the part that is around okay has been thrown away. Excuse me, sorry. I had a sneeze.
So, Danger, it's not often that you're here this early in the show, so why don't you pick a topic and start the conversation this evening?
Because I'm eating food.
What are you eating?
Oh,
Well, since I've been doing this keto thing, because I went to the doctor and I found out that I weighed like 220 pounds, and I was like, Jesus God, for the love of Christ, man, I can't weigh that much. And so I started doing keto at the beginning of December. And so right now I'm eating an avocado. You guys can't even see it because my screen is dark. I'm eating an avocado, cheese, and cottage cheese. There you go.
okay.
Are you gonna have any food with that?
Yeah, no, I wasn't planning on it. What I will have though is a very nice figure.
Yeah, I got to work on that.
I mean, I've managed to lose like 20 pounds or so far, so that's good. I actually maybe a little bit more, maybe more like 25, but I actually want to be back down to a good weight for me, which is anywhere between 145 and 165, and that, and then I can wear, I don't know, my pants again. That would be great. So
I'm right there with you.
you want to know what I'm wearing if I'm not wearing pants? Is that what's happening right now? Oh, great.
Back to the last week and the week before. So the Aztecs, when they discovered the avocado, they named it avocado, which in their language actually does mean testicle.
Yes.
And we're still trying to figure out how to get DoorDash to deliver some Rocky Mountain oyster.
Testicle.
House.
Love it. I mean, did you think it was going to deter me, actually? Oh, here's some balls. Bet you won't put those in your mouth. Did you forget what gender I am here? I mean, for Christ's sake, that's all of my life. Will you put my balls in your mouth? That's my life.
Gender
Gender
has nothing to do with it.
doesn't tell you anything. We need to know about your orientation.
Yeah, gender has nothing to do with it.
I mean, that's true. That's true.
Sister Danger and Joe,
trying to
since you guys have just arrived, I would encourage you on this occasion, as a gesture of goodwill, to say happy birthday to Republicus.
Oh.
Yeah, you exist.
I have.
Happy birthday,
So, Joe, why don't you kick off the conversation with something a bit spicy?
Yeah. Okay, well, I got something spicy. I got some. So it's very hot and spicy.
I mean, does this need to be on fans only or whatever? Like, how spicy are we talking about?
That's up to
on
Joe.
a scale of 1 to 5.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to address that the GameSpot thing.
GameStop.
Okay. So a lot of people on my side of the political fence are all giddy because, we stuck it to the man. We stuck it to the man. No, you didn't. So let me explain some things. So what happened? Republicus, or I forget the name of the hedge fund, but there's a hedge fund that had shorted GameSpot. Why? Because GameSpot is kind of shrinking. People are going for digital distribution. They don't go to game stores as much as they used to, and their long-term future is not very promising. So what ended up happening was somebody got everyone to join into what's called a short squeeze. So what happens is, for anyone who doesn't know what shorting a stock means, it means that you've effectively borrowed stock from the market maker and then sold it, and then at some point you have to give it back. So a good example is in Trading Places. That's what Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd were doing. So they waited for the Dukes thought the orange crop results were going to be really good, and so they bought and bought and bought and bought. The stock went up to, I think, $142 a share, and then they started selling on margin, and they sold and sold and sold and crashed the price. And then the crop report came out and was saying, oh, the crops are going to be okay. And then there was a sell-off because people were like, oh, the value of orange juice is not going to be high because there's not going to be a shortage. And they further sold. And then at the end, the reason why they were buying is now they have to buy to cover. They have to give that stock back that they borrowed. So they bought it. And if you remember, the final price was $29. So basically, Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd made a pantload of money by doing a short. Now, there's nothing sinister about doing a short. It happens all the time. But anyway, so somebody decided to do a short squeeze. Now, what a short squeeze is you do something to drive the price up. And what ends up happening is those people who have shorts, because they're working with borrowed money, at some point, the market maker looks at that and says, hey, that stock I loaned you is worth more than it was when I gave it to you. I'm not sure you're able to cover this bet. So you're going to have to pay me now. You got to cover that. Which means they have to pay it at the current price. So that's what happened, and that's what put that hedge fund near bankruptcy. Now, so a lot of people were jumping up. Go ahead. Question.
I just have to ask you a question before I forget it, because of what you just said a second ago. You said there's nothing wrong with doing a short.
Not at all.
I've heard some counter.
The housing crisis happened 12 years ago.
No. No,
I don't think.
Housing happened because of derivatives.
I thought
That's
banks were. I thought the banks were betting that the housing market would go.
No.
I guess I misunderstood. Anyway, go ahead and finish.
So what ends up happening is now the thing is that a lot of people seem to think that these hedge funds are just a group of a bunch of rich guys who all are gambling on the stock market, and a bunch of billionaires lost a lot of money. That's not what happens. Hedge funds, the primary investor in hedge funds are what's called institutional investors. So you're talking pensions, 401ks. Now, generally speaking, because the hedge funds they're not a massive part of those. They're generally, depending on the type, between 10 and 20% of the assets in any given fund. But the thing is that money is not the money of the people who own the hedge fund. It's the money of the investors, which ultimately is the end user, which means it's the people the workers who have pensions, the workers who have 401ks. Their money is what got killed, not the rich guys. I'm sure there were some rich assholes who had bought into the fund and lost money. It doesn't suck for them. But most of the losses are actually for people like you and me. So when I see people on our side of the fence running around ha-ha-haing, but basically out of rank ignorance, because they don't know how markets work, they don't know how the stock market works, they don't know what hedge funds are, or who's investing in it, running around and thinking, oh, we stuck it to the man. We didn't, and that's worse. And it gets worse because my surmise, I can't prove this yet, but my surmise is that this is what's called a pump and dump. Now, typically in a pump and dump, somebody goes around and a bunch of people go around and in chat rooms and different places, and they talk up a stock. They spread rumors like the company's going to get bought, or there's going to be a stock split, or all sorts of things that would make investors want to buy in and drive the price up. So then there's a buying frenzy, and what's happened is the people that are talking this up, they already own stock or they're about to buy it when it's still low, and then the price goes up, and then when it hits some target, they sell off and make all the money, and then the stock crashes, and they don't care because they're out. So all the people who bought in on the hype they lose their shirt, they lose their assets because they bought in at a high price. So to give you an example, what happened on Thursday, and this is what kind of to me cemented that it was a pump and dump. Now I know part of what happened is that I forget the name of the platform people were using, Robinhood, I think. Robinhood cut off trading, and I'll get to that in a minute. But so Robinhood cut off trading, and so then the feeding frenzy slowed down because the people who were doing this, they lost their platform temporarily. But the thing is, I want to remind everybody is Robinhood's not the only platform that you could have bought GameSpot. You could buy it on E-Trade, Ameritrade, Smith Barney, a whole bunch of different platforms.
E-Trade and Ameritrade both limited it too.
But what ended up happening is that the stock plummeted 152 points. Now that's from the open. If you look at the actual from its peak, the stock had gone, because the stock was like $50 2 weeks ago. The stock had gone up to $400, and it closed at 193, which means anyone who bought it at $400 thinking that they were getting on board this train, they got wrecked. So my surmise is that who started this decided to prey on socially conscious people and said, hey, these guys are doing a short and that's somehow sinister. Let's fuck over the man. And so, of course, people who had money and the ability to do that, they went on and they drove the stock price up and thinking it's a game, thinking, oh, we're bankrupting, big, billionaires. There weren't. So it was based on a lie. And that's another reason why I think that was a pump and dump. So basically, use people's politics and their sensibilities against them to engage in what amounts to an illegal pump and dump, because it's illegal to basically do that. So I think
I used to know people who did that at the horse track. They would get like $500 or $1,000 on a horse that wasn't the favorite, which then its odds would suddenly drop on the leaderboard, and everyone thinks there's a buzz,
Right.
And they all go and bet that horse, and it drops even further. Then you go return your ticket and bet on the horse you actually wanted to.
Right.
So can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Kind of related but unrelated.
Mm-hmm.
If you have enough money that you are in something like a hedge fund, right? I guess I'm not quite certain how this is something like what has happened is actually too much of a concern for you, because hypothetically there isn't just one stock that the hedge, the people that are in hedge fund. So hypothetically you can do this in multiple areas, and overall what you're looking for is that maybe this stock didn't work out with whatever short you're doing, but if 3 others of them work out, then it will cover the loss of, say, one stock. And because you are rich and have tons of these going on, you aren't really all that concerned with, did this one blow up? If you're the rich person, if you're not if you're the public person. But
to answer your
am I wrong about that?
Well, no, to answer your question, and that's exactly how hedge funds work, and that's how mutual funds work, a similar thing.
Right.
The problem is this hit this hedge fund so bad that it was actually going to bankrupt the fund. And when you bankrupt the fund, all the assets are wiped out, all of them. So even the stocks that were doing well are gone. All that money is gone, because that means the hedge fund can't pay back the investors the money, that the value of those stocks. So it's all gone.
And not all of the investors are going to be rich. Not all of them are millionaires. There's going to be some regular folk in there that are getting their shit knocked around pretty hard.
Right.
So yeah.
So Amy,
Yes.
I have a different perspective than Joe does. It's going to take this whole hour for the whole differences to come out, because Joe's not even finished explaining what he's all about on this. But I'll tell you, the reason why they picked GameStop in particular was it was the most shorted stock. That means the most companies, different companies, had the most shares of it that they borrowed, sold, and then and they were thinking that it was going to go lower so they could buy it back and return it.
Right. I mean, I understand the concept.
They had shorted it to somewhere between 120% to 140% of the available stocks that are out there.
Right.
So the whole point of the reason why it's hurting them this bad is GameStop was at $5 and now it's at $300. Right? Multiply that by all of their losses, and they've already lost like $20 billion, just Melvin Capital the one that he's talking about. There are other hedge funds that also shorted GameStop, and there are 50 billion more losses to be had.
Right.
If everyone holds, and
Right.
they're not holding to make a profit. See, Joe's saying like the people who bought at 400, their stock went down to 200, right? A lot of those people, they're okay with that. They bought at 400 thinking, I might as well light my money on fire. But if we all hold,
It's going to fuck these guys.
The hedge funds lose billions. And that was the whole reason. People are, instead of buying a concert ticket, they're buying this one stock and holding it.
Right,
See,
but that's the thing.
I've heard that that's not actually true of the core group of people, like Joe was saying. I've heard that that's sort of what they became because of social influence. Somehow, this core group of people became this like Robin Hood stock.
It didn't start with the social influence because the guy who started it, Deep Fucking Value, who's been doxxed as Keith Gill. And
his name is
Roaring Kitty here on YouTube. So he started it by buying up a whole bunch of it when it was low, and he's sitting on $40 million worth of that stock right now, and he's holding.
Right,
all of that.
If he doesn't, he's gonna lose. Like he's gonna.
No, but see, that's the whole thing, though, Mike. He's already made massive gains. He bought it at 50, so he's still sitting on a huge pile of cash.
God.
Yeah, so he's holding, and if the stock price crashes, he's losing everything. But he's holding hard because they're expecting this short squeeze to become a gamma squeeze, which is something I don't think I've ever seen in my life.
What is the gamma squeeze?
So a short squeeze means at the end of when they're trying to replace all the stocks that they've borrowed, if they can't find them, the stock price goes up and up and up until somebody sells. So if they're all holding, technically, the stock could go to an infinite price, and they're saying for this is to the moon, right?
Yeah, but see again, the fact that it didn't do that on Thursday and instead crashed because people were selling off makes me think that more the other way around.
So what you've got here is a prisoner's dilemma of if everyone holds, everyone profits big time. But if little people trickle off and sell, then there's a possibility that they can get enough shares to keep the price down low. Here's the thing. The last person who holds on to a big chunk of that stock, still, because it was shorted more than 120% of what was out there, that person can still walk away with it going to the moon.
Now, here's the other thing, too, in answer to what Amy asked a few minutes ago. Now, the thing is, most of the people in the hedge fund are actually not rich because, again, they are pension funds and 401ks. So they've invested in this hedge fund. So, again, they're a collection of smaller investors whose money is pooled together and then bought it. So I'm sure. So in anything, so actually most of the money is actually from smaller people. So
this is not true of Melvin Capital. Melvin Capital actually is a rapacious vulture of a company, but Melvin Capital is not the only hedge fund that has these shorts. Melvin Capital is the one that's related to Citadel, the market maker that did the shutdown.
Now
and got bailout money from Citadel, but Melvin Capital is the one that's actually getting out from under some of their positions because of that bailout money. The other hedge funds that are connected to people's retirements, when they selected the high growth, high risk category rather than the safe category when they did their mutual funds,
right?
Those hedge funds aren't getting out from under this,
right?
Because they don't have the connection to bailout money from their buddies.
Right, so that's what I mean. So the rich guys got bailed out. So the few rich guys that were on the hook get bailed out, and the little guy got fucked. So that's why when I see people again on our side that are like you go with glee over this, I'm like, you have no fucking idea how this stuff works. And I get so angry. So because it's in an effort to stick it to the man, they stuck it to the little guy. Ultimately,
well, I mean, on top of
the
that,
mid-range guy. A lot of these people that own this stock through Robinhood have no retirement account.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean,
but the people who do have a 401k with, however much in it, they're going to be hurt because when Melvin Capital loses all of this money on this one stock, they're going to have to pull out their assets from the entire rest of the stock market, which is all going to go down, which is going to affect everyone.
Right.
That's what they call the gamma squeeze.
Right. And so
this could wreck the whole market.
Right. And again, that at this point, because the middle class has become part of the investor class because of 401ks and pensions, not so much pensions, but more 401ks. But again, pensions those are public sector unions mostly. So again, now you're hurting unionized workers. And yeah, this could be and that's why I'm angry. And that's why when people are like, oh, well, they're just trying to stop us from using their tool. Like, no, they're trying to stop you from wrecking the economy irreparably. And that's why I've been so torqued off at everybody who keeps posting, they keep posting these haha memes. And I'm like, and I ask them and they try to tell me I'm wrong. I'm like, what's your portfolio? What do you have in the market? Nothing? Oh, then shut the fuck up, because I've been doing this for 20 years and I've actually beat the market. Like I just did the numbers today. My self-directed 401k has gotten is basically the market at the end of 2008 when the financial crisis was blowing up was at 87.78. It's now at like just under 30,000. So the market's gone up by 3.5 times. My with the amount of money, and basically the money. What happens? I started this based on money. I lost my job at the end of 2008, and I took that money out and into the self-directed. The value of my direct self-directed 401k is 7 times. Has 7 times the gain. So in relative terms, I've beat the market by 2.5 times. So I've been doing this a lot. I've been, I'm pretty. I haven't done much in the way of shorts because they're very risky. But I know these markets, and I'm just like, I get so upset because I feel like I get the desire to like stick it to the man, because there are people fucking us over. There's no doubt about it. But that's not what happened. And like I said, I think a bunch of rich guys got enriched on the back of people's desire to achieve some sort of social aim.
Well, I have no confidence that these hedge funds won't short GameStop right now, and when it eventually crashes, they'll make money then too.
Now, one thing that should happen out of a result of this, because Mike brought up a very important point, that their stock was shorted somewhere between 124 and 140%. That basically means that the market maker loaned out more stock than is in existence. Now that shouldn't be allowed. So that's not Melvin Capital's fault. That's the market maker's fault. The market maker,
because they're not the ones who own 100% of the stock.
Right.
Yeah, they own the biggest portion. But there are like 100 different hedge funds that have this short in place.
Right. So the market maker should never ever be allowed to sell out more, to oversell, to sell more than actually exists, because that means no one. If there was a margin call on everybody, they literally couldn't fulfill it because there's not enough stock to cover it.
So, if I may, I'd like to speak to GameStop's plight here. GameStop could not borrow money this entire pandemic because they had been so shorted by these hedge funds, delegating them and saying that company is going to go bankrupt and betting against them. The bad news was so bad that they could not go anywhere to get any bailout money to keep jobs going at GameStop. Even though, as some other people have pointed out, the next 2 consoles actually use discs. They're not all digital download. There's the disc component that you go buy and you get the physical thing in your hand. But people are still going to go to GameStop for, right? But people had been shorting it, and when they went on the news talking about GameStop, they're like, "Oh yeah, in the future, after this pandemic, it's going to be all digital downloads. There's going to be no reason to go to GameStop," right? They had the financial news just completely burying them. They could not borrow anything to help save their business when everybody else was having access to venture capital at least, right? Now, with this pump of the stock, the people who had the stock that were the owners that had a large chunk of it have been able to raise money. The guy who owned Chewy, who bought a good portion of it, he was trying to revitalize GameStop, he gained about $600 million, right? GameStop has 15,000 employees across America that were facing getting laid off and GameStop going bankrupt because these hedge funds had shorted it to more than 100% of the available stock that was out there, right? And everybody could see it.
When
That they had these short positions that everyone had predicted their death.
But this is not going to end well. This is not going to end well for GameStop.
No.
It's not going to end well. I mean, the whole bottom is going to fall out. I mean, it's kind of like an illusion. This is all going to fall apart, and GameStop is going to, as a company, forget about as a company, is going to crash and burn.
With the capital that they've been able to raise in this, they might be able to transition their workforce to a completely different model of GameStop and just completely revamp the entire experience of going to a GameStop. And that's what they talk about in Wall Street Bets on the side as far as what good they can do for GameStop.
I've seen some of their employees, or minimum wage, employees online saying things. My son is a friend with one, and he's just saying work is really fucking weird right now. I don't have a fucking clue what's going on. And it's just like, yeah, I think everybody feels for you, because none of us know what the fuck is going on with your company.
Right.
You guys are most likely screwed.
Well, with what the hedge funds were doing to GameStop, they were screwed anyway. This company was going to go bankrupt, and they were all going to lose their jobs.
Yeah, it's delaying the inevitable, which good for the people who are working there, but it's not going to change. Like Rob said, it's not going to change the long-term prognosis. And then what's going to happen is the people that bought in, they're going to lose their assets.
Well, and the reality is, what Michael said is correct. They could. I mean, this is buying them time to change their direction. But odds are, I mean, we've all seen stuff like this a million times. Odds are people are going to pocket that money, and ain't shit going to change with GameStop, and they're going to close up anyway.
If you really wanted to support
easier to take a horse.
Get a gift card for somebody, not the stock.
Yeah.
Right. They're not directly profiting off you buying the stock. Yeah. But if you bought the stock and you cared about GameStop, you should probably buy a gift card right now.
Yeah.
But that's a good point.
It's easier to take a horse out back and shoot it than it is to try to keep it alive.
Because you're right though. Basically, people buying the stock, what that provides is called market capitalization. So, like, okay, I'm a business. Paul has had a business. Rob has had a business. So, now that money becomes available there, and then you can use that to, do some expansion, whatever. But remember, on the other side, it's also a commitment. So you have to be careful. You can't just blow all that money that came in, because if somebody sells that stock back to you, you have to give it back at whatever the current value is. So it's a double-edged sword, and it's the reason why a lot of companies don't go public, because on the one hand you get handed a lot of cash if you have a good IPO, but on the other hand you now have a liability. It's an asset and a liability, and depending on which side of the balance sheet you're looking at.
So here's I just came up with this now because I read what the Liberty-Minded Independent had commented. I personally think a good business model that GameStop should look at, if they are indeed trying to save themselves, would be to change to a mostly online experience, shut down their stores, but yet have a distribution system like Amazon where they're shipping things. So that way, when there are discs that come out, like Michael said, the next two gaming systems are going to have the discs. They're not going to be able to download. They can mail it to you like Netflix used to do. And they won't have to rely on anybody else. They're going to use their own, most likely existing distribution system.
Right.
Subtopic really quickly. Make your point, Joe, real quick. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say they could also, in addition, I think that's a good idea, Rob. And in addition to that, they could also try to become something like Steam. So they can get into the digital distribution market, where they can become a platform launcher, where they can basically sell you the stuff through their digital launch. Now, somebody earlier had asked a question, and Paul had put it up, and none of us addressed it. But someone said, "Well, is your 401k money unguaranteed?" It's not guaranteed worth of anything. You can absolutely
the stock market is guaranteed. Nothing.
like, that's the thing. Like when I mentioned before in 2008, when I when I lost my job and took my 401k money and put it into a new thing. At the peak, that 401k money had before the 2008 crisis started. That 401k that I had was worth double. It lost half its value, and I had to take this thing that was half its value and move it somewhere else, and I've done well. But yeah, 401ks and even pensions to a lesser degree are not really guaranteed. Although there's a problem with that, which is another discussion as to when companies effectively rob employees of their pensions by canceling them after committing to them, and but that's another story.
So I showed this to Joe on Facebook, but basically I have one GameStop stock, right? at current, it is worth $312. I could right now set up the sale so that Monday morning I get at least 300. Right, it might dip a little before the trade goes through, and I would make a little profit. I'm holding because I want to see what happens. I want to see this squeeze go through because I think there is a lot wrong about this market. It does not reflect what our economy is. Our economy is fucked with or without this stock market, right?
Well,
the stock market is a chart of rich people's feelings at this point.
Yeah, somebody said a little while ago. The entire market's an illusion. And it is right now. It is the entire market's an illusion. It's about how rich people feel.
Well, and can
I just bring up something like to put out there, and then you guys, because I will have to lean on you guys to. I'm not super, but I'm not. Stocks aren't. I'm not like ignorant of them, but I'm also there. I'm not an expert in stocks, right? That's not my field. But I saw something that recently that went across a friend's Facebook where they had made the argument that they thought shorting, period, was not a thing that should be allowed, that it in and of itself is a bad thing. And I said that I was having trouble distinguishing what the difference was between a company lending their stocks versus like a bank lending you money and then counting on you to pay that back to them, right? Regardless of what you do with it in the interim, that what they're banking on is you paying it back, right? And their answer to me was that when lending money, there is an infinite amount of currency, or there is a finite amount of currency that is available. And that in the case of shorts, they said in this case, I'll just read it word for word. When lending money, there is a finite amount of currency that is available. In this particular case, it artificially inflates the number of stocks that are available because they aren't actually borrowing stock, they're copying stock. It would be like the bank saying, hey, you need a loan? Let me print some money, which then devalues the currency. And this is why they think shorts shouldn't be allowed, period, because that's what shorting is, even outside of the GameStop thing. And I'm kind of wondering what your guys' thoughts on that are.
What you said there was devalue, right? Now that we have their short not coming to fruition, because it is shorted more than the amount of stocks that are out there, that last bit of stock that they can't get their hands on, it now increases the value infinitely.
Right.
Now, being able to copy the same stock, or just one person borrowing it and then lending it to another person, who then lends it to another person, who then lends it to another person, that makes that side of it infinite, which makes things like the haranguing of GameStop possible. It makes the more than 120% of the stocks that exist being shorted possible, because one person can lend it to another, who lends it to another, who lends it to another, and it's like printing copies, right? The opposite of that is, now that all of those copies are coming due, it makes the stock price now virtually infinite. It's as long as they want to hold out.
Yeah. See, the thing is also there's two different types of shorts. There's a covered short and there's a naked short. A covered short's also called a short against the box. Basically, what it is, it's kind of an insurance policy. So what it is just say I have a stock, it's worth $50, but I'm afraid it's going to go down. Now, one thing I can do is say, okay, I'm gonna short sell my stock, but still retain it. So what ends up happening is, if it goes down, I can buy back the copy, if you will, and return it, and then I still hold my stock, but I made some money. But if my stock goes up, now then what I would do is I would close my other position and I still have the stock, or I can sell the stock I have and clear the position either way. But it's a way to kind of keep your money even if you're not sure what's going to happen. Now another way to do that is also with options. You can do what's called a covered put, which it does the same thing, but a put
I've actually done those before.
Okay.
I've actually and made money.
Yeah.
So
And puts are calls and puts are not as risky as a short or a margin purchase, because you can't lose more than your investment. And I did options for a long time. I made a lot of money on options. I don't do them much anymore because you have to really be able to pay attention to what's going on. And I'm just too busy with business that I can't follow the market to the level you have to make money in options. But so that's the really thing. So in this particular case, what we're talking about, it's called this naked put, where you're basically naked short is you're selling something you don't own. You're borrowing it. You don't have the underlying stock in your portfolio, and whatever happens. And it is a risky position. The thing is that when these hedge funds do this, generally speaking, they do this stuff all the time. They generally do it based on a stock. They look at that, and like we all saying, the long-term prognosis for GameStop is not very good. So it was a fairly safe bet until someone decided to fuck with it, and now that's where we are.
So there's two lies that I've caught in the open news about this. The first one is I was listening to the CEO of Robinhood explaining why they did the freeze for Thursday and then did limited trading on Friday. And they asked him straight up, "Is it a liquidity problem?" And he said no.
But it was a liquidity problem.
What I've come to learn from the CEO of Webull is that yes, it is a liquidity problem, because this news of this point where the hedge funds got it wrong and they could be exploited got so big that so many people wanted these stocks, not just GameStop, but all the stocks that they put the freeze on. They didn't have the capital to be able to operate.
Right. Because the thing with a fund can't use the investor's money to pay things like the settlement fees. So because there were so many trades going back and forth, the settlement fees were going through were mounting, and they literally didn't have the cash to pay them.
So when I put, say, $1,000 in Robinhood, I immediately get access to that $1,000. But just like when you get someone pays you on PayPal and you want to deposit to your own checking account, it takes a couple days. It actually takes a couple days for them to be able to pull that money out of my bank. And in that meantime, they have to have the funds to cover that $1,000 that I'm putting in, right? They did not have that. And so when the CEO of Robinhood said it was not a liquidity problem, it absolutely was. This meme blew up so big. They had so much action on Robinhood, so much volume, that they could not handle it.
Right, because Robinhood's a small player, and he would have been better off to just tell the truth, because if by lying, it gave fuel to the idea that, well, this cessation of trading was somehow sinister, like, oh, we're just trying to stop the little guy from getting on board this gravy train that we're all on. And it wasn't, and that wasn't what was going on. But he was like, oh my God, our company's going to blow up financially because we can't cover our costs.
There still could be some sinister stuff in that, because they had to go borrow money in order to remain liquid through that time, even to open it up to the limited shares that you could buy on Friday. I think you could buy like 5 GameStop shares if you wanted to on Friday, but still there was so much interest in buying them that they were limiting it like that. And all the other brokerages, most of them were doing the same. TD Ameritrade was actually the best one about that, because if you had the cash, you could buy as much as you want.
Right.
but they were not going to loan you any money.
So what
Right.
do you guys think that the long-term lesson that this is demonstrating is going to be?
People are going to be looking at the amount of shorts that there are against a stock, and if they outnumber the actual shares of the stock that are out there. And I don't even think it's going to take regulators, because now that this has been a thing that happened, people are going to be watching for this like a hawk. They're going to have algorithms that are going to alert them on their phone if this ever becomes the case again, and then they're going to snatch up that stock.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they won't even need regulation to stay away from shorting something that much.
Yeah, see, I think there's going to be there's going to be a bunch of lessons. Some of them are good, like that one, like, hey, it's not, and like the market makers are going to learn, don't allow that to happen. But on the flip side, again, because a lot of people still don't understand what actually happened, they're going to learn the wrong lesson. But now, one thing that I forget whether it was Amy or Rob said it, that that the market not reflecting the economy, and that's true, but it was never intended to. And so it's a little kind of, to me, a fun piece of history. The reason why it's actually called the stock market, because it literally started with trading, with buying and selling of livestock.
Yeah.
So what happened is, back in the 1800s, when you had cattle drives where people would go from Texas, Oklahoma, and they would go to either like Kansas City or Chicago, with the two big railheads, sending livestock, basically meat back east, and that's why all the stockyards were in Chicago and Kansas City, which is why the ribs and all the things we know. So basically, what the problem would happen is, some years, everyone would drive their cattle to market, and everyone would have a bad year. They would just so what ended up happening is the price of beef would go through the roof, price of lamb, everything would go through the roof. So the buyers coming from back east, they'd get crushed, because they're out there and, hey, I got to buy so many pounds of beef and so many pounds of lamb and chicken and blah blah blah, and the price is doubled or tripled. I can't cover that. My business is going to go. Whether I'm a distributor or I'm a restaurant or whatever, I'm going to go out of business. So on the flip side, if everybody does a drive and they have a great year, and so everybody shows up and there's tons and tons of livestock available, well, now the price is depressed because supply and demand. So you might have had a good drive in that you brought a lot of cattle to market, but the cost but you had to spend a lot of money to get them there, and maybe the sale price is so bad you might lose your shirt even though you were technically successful. So what ended up happening was, that's where the futures contract was really the first thing that ever happened. And so when the futures contract said, okay, rancher A, producer A, I will pay you so many dollars a head for each cow you get to market at the railhead, regardless of what else is going in the market. And that was good for both sellers and buyers, because then the buyers knew what price they were going to get, and the sellers knew what they were going to get paid. So it stabilized the price of basically all livestock, and so that was a good thing. And then so that's literally why we call it the stock market, because it started as a way to stabilize the cost of livestock to meat.
And Wall Street and the stock market on Wall Street is where it is, because right there at Wall Street used to be the docks, and that's where the ships came in, and they would take them from the ships immediately onto shore and sell slaves right there, right where the stock market is. That's where they used to sell slaves.
Yep.
Yeah.
And other commodities, but like, and the rum and the molasses and the cotton and all that. Yeah. So that's literally why they're there, and that's why so in Chicago there's also a stock market there. It's the Chicago Mercantile Exchange.
So the Robin Hood CEO lie, I understand, because saying that they don't have the liquidity is kind of admitting that they have a weak brokerage, right? And he just didn't want to say that up front, but he should have. Right. He should have just admitted, like, this is unprecedented, and so we went out and got some more liquidity so we could handle you on Friday.
Right. Now,
the other lie that I've seen is the one where, and one news outlet came out with it and the other ones echoed it. They say that Melvin Capital has gotten out of their positions, right? It is impossible, logically, because we know the volume that was traded and we know how much they had shorts. It doesn't match up. They are not out of their positions yet. They've already lost $20 billion, and they have more to lose.
They're running cover to look healthy.
Yeah. They're
Yeah.
trying to look like they're out of trouble, and they're trying to put this out publicly as a lie to make people finally let go of their stock.
Now, one thing on Just Exile says she was talking about, the Cretans got a bailout. They didn't get a government bailout. They got bailed out by a capital firm. So basically, it's like, because again, they don't want this to be a chain reaction. They don't want this to become the norm, because it'll be bad for everybody, including those, as I said, the working people, and that we all think we care about.
You can't have that kind of volatility in any market. You need at least some level of predictability and stability in a market for a market to function.
Right. Now, the thing is, the only, and in a highly volatile market, the only people who make out are the market maker almost always wins. And people playing derivatives, because options are derivatives. So people doing options, if you're doing options, you want volatility, because you don't care if it goes up or down. In fact, you can do what's called a straddle or a strangle, where you actually play both sides. You say, I don't know if it's going to go up or go down. I'll make money either way. As long as it moves, you just need a lot of movement. As long as it moves enough, you make money.
If Joe and I are debating right now, the way that I'm going to rhetorically try to steal, got that funk part right there, is to say the amount that Melvin Capital has lost so far on these shorts is 20 billion with a B, right? And I'm just going to argue that it is obscene that we have people that are waiting on their stimulus check, right? And they can't buy their next meal. They're not able to afford their rent. They're behind on their rent, right? Because of this pandemic. And it's more likely that hedge fund is going to get a bailout from Congress than the American people are going to get another stimulus check. And if the American people do get another stimulus check, hidden in there is going to be some bailouts because of what's happening with this GameStop stuff, right? That is obscene. It should not be that they can, with producing no good that's good for the rest of us, get to the billions. And by having billions, they can manipulate media. They can buy lobbyists. They can buy the Treasury Secretary that was just put in by Biden, getting hundreds of thousands of dollars in speaking fees before she was nominated. They have her, and she should recuse herself of anything having to do with this. Billions. And I think I have his heart. I have Paul's heart right here.
You don't have mine.
I know where Paul stands with Jeff Bezos having these billions, right? What they did with their collusion of grinding GameStop into the ground. And GameStop's not the only one. Every one of those stocks that they put a freeze on had the same metrics. Bed Bath Beyond, Express, Nokia, they were shorting all of them, and by their media and by them putting out who they had shorts on, just in their releases, that told the rest of the market that those companies were pariahs. And it was stealing money from them, basically, just by their review of the company.
Which is pretty unethical if you get down to it.
To the tune of them making billions and the companies trying to struggle to put.
Well, again, you keep saying them. They personally know their fund, which again is more, in generally speaking, most of these funds are largely invested by mid-level, we're talking middle-class people. So, and working people, unionized workers with pensions. So again, this is the thing that pisses me off. It's just like with Airbnb and Uber. I remember when those came out, and they were even advertised, "Oh, we're sticking it to the man." Yeah, so the Uber drivers get fucking eviscerated by Uber. They get exploited, and it's just a different man getting paid. And in fact, it's even worse now because there's less regulation, so it's less safe for both the drivers and for the passengers. There's been way more, and there's way less accountability, because at least someone with a hack license, they're accountable. So and Airbnb, same thing. What ended up happening? People with money went around and started buying up just properties, fixing them up a little bit, and renting them out. And basically driving up the housing market because they were renting out shit rooms at inflated prices because somebody thought they were sticking it to the man. And same thing with marijuana now. When the marijuana started to get decriminalized, and everyone's like, "Oh, this is gonna be great. We're gonna stick it to big pharma because we don't need we don't have to buy their products. We can just get some weed." Well, you know what? The average grower doesn't have the capacity to make the kind of volume that's required. So who's starting to get into it now? The big pharma and all big companies. I mean, it's. I get the idea. I get the notion that hey, you want to have it more equitable and distributed. But because if you don't understand the way the thing actually functions, then you end up with not the result you think you do. And that's I think the biggest problem on our side of the political fence is that we have a lot of good notions and not a lot of knowledge on a lot of these things. And that really upsets me because we always act like they're the right wing's the dumb ones and we're the smart ones. Not so much.
It's my estimation, and I admit my own lack of education on this subject, but it just seems like to me that because the stock market has, I mean, when I was growing up in the 70s, the stock market ranged from, sort of mid 700s to mid 900s, and it would go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And when it broke 1,000, it was a big fucking deal, like a really big fucking deal. Now it's 30,000 something or whatever. You know what I mean? But I mean, it was really stable and didn't break 1,000 for decades. And then all of a sudden Reagan becomes president. Deregulation goes awry, as it were, in my opinion. That's just my bias. But anyway, and that sowed the seeds of the beginning of what we're left with right now. And it seems to me that if you manipulate a market too much, and it doesn't really necessarily have to just be the stock market, but if you manipulate something so much, sooner or later, there's more water than the balloon can hold, and it's going to pop. You know what I'm saying? And so to me, just a moment, Brian, I know you're eager to bust in. So it seems to me kind of like an inevitability, it's going to pop. It's only a matter of degree to what level does it fall down to. And we saw a little bit of that in the spring. When it collapsed and then sort of rallied right back. And I'm sure a lot of people lost a lot of money and a lot of other people made a lot of money in that crash, and so it goes. But I mean, it is entirely possible that it could crash to the point where it can't be recovered in a week like it was in the spring. I mean, but I think their manipulations are so much. To me, it just seems inevitable. And so my final point, Brian, is the local economy is going to have to revitalize itself and come back to itself in a way like it did back in the Depression, where things just have to be cheap because no one has fuck all money. So rents have to go down, prices have to go down, profits have to go down because you can't keep living off these exorbitant profits like we've allowed them to do for the past years. Hi, Brian. Welcome to the show.
Hi. Hello, everybody. I just wanted to make a couple of quick points about the stock market. I am probably the last person to have in a room on that discussion because my personal experience with the stock markets is that my dad has lost loads of money over the years that he has dabbled in it as a small investor. So whilst I understand the mechanics from a corporate perspective, for the small investor, yeah, you're just queuing up to get shafted at some point. The second thing that I'd like to say is a point that the Green Machine brings up. You talk about big pharma now or big tobacco now wanting to get in on the pot market. I can remember back in the 90s watching documentaries on Discovery and various other channels showing how the tobacco industry was already lined up and prepared. They'd got marketing, they'd got branding, they'd got everything ready to roll. All they needed was the nod from the legislature, and they would just flip a switch and be producing packaged joints.
Oh, absolutely, because they've got the money and the infrastructure. Um, I mean, the thing is that one thing that Paul, you talked about changing under Reagan. Now, certainly the deregulation created a problem. It did open some opportunities though for the average person, and this is one of the things that changed. Is that way back pre-Reagan, jobs, if they had anything, it was a pension. Not every company had pensions, but if they had anything, it was a pension. So there, the the goal there was to make sure that the pension fund grew with inflation and would last and give enough money to make sure that they could make the payouts when somebody retired, and that they could, whatever the average lifespan was. But pensions have gone largely by the wayside, except for public sector unions, and the 401k turned the middle class into part of the investor class. And that's the reason why there's so many more trades now. I mean, I remember even when I first started looking at stuff, I remember when it was a big deal when they topped like a half, like 500 million trades in a day. Now, they're up to like 7 or 8 billion trades a day and growing. It's like, that blowing that in the dust because there are so many vehicles. And so when we went from having, like I said, public, basically pensions where it was run by a few money managers, and they didn't really change much. They didn't move a lot of money. It was kind of like just kind of a steady stream. Once you got the average person getting into investment, it just changed the whole market, and it's become wilder than it ever has. Now the thing is, to Brian's point about the small investor, see, that's the thing. The small investor, unless you really know what you're doing, the smart thing is to be in a mutual fund, in something like that, or municipal bonds or something like that. That they're not sexy, or an index fund. An index fund basically says, okay, they buy stocks and it matches the market performance. So if the stock market goes up 10%, your fund's going to go up 10%. And because and that's not a bad thing to do, because I mean, over any long period of time, on average, the market has done 11%. 11% return is very good. It beats the rate of inflation substantially. The only time it didn't was in the mid to late 70s. But what ends up happening though is that people want, Americans especially, we want that quick buck, and unfortunately they're allowed to advertise all these individual platforms like, oh, you can get in there and we have low fees, and you can get in there and you can trade yourself. And if you don't know what you're doing, I've seen people that basically trade their 401k into oblivion, because their stock goes down and they're selling it, and then it goes back up and they buy it, and then they're basically buying high and selling low, because again, they don't know what they're doing. And there's unfortunately not a lot of regulation on that.
How can somebody not even understand that? I don't even know. That's like the literal most basic. What you're supposed to be doing.
Because it's emotional. What they do is they see the stock going up and they think, oh, I want to get in on that because it's going up, but they don't understand that the market does this.
Well, God, you're not even supposed to do that. That's what trending is for.
Right.
I don't even do this, and I know at least that much.
Most people don't understand. Most people don't understand dollar cost averaging.
Okay, well, my dad's been doing this most of his life, so we're talking from the 50s onwards. He does use a manager. He doesn't do his investments personally. He does have a manager, but for some reason, he's always on the short end. Secondly, you're talking about the US stock markets.
Yeah.
Granted, my father has been investing in the UK stock markets, but they're all, they're all kind of linked. And my last thing is kind of a question. After the deregulation, how soon was it after that we had our first scandal of so-called hedge fund or other fund managers running off with those very pensions they were supposed to be growing?
What happened is my recollection as a young adult in the 80s was there was a whole bunch of companies that got bought up and there were their value was their value was more in assets than it was in potential, I guess is the best way to put it. And so they'd be bought and then broken up into bits and sold off in bits. And that would cost everyone their jobs. And for some reason, I might be wrong, but I think they also would lose their pensions because their pension was considered an asset. So the whole pension fund would basically be bought and then broken off with part, and they just run away with the cash. And people who worked, 20, 30, whatever years, and let's say an airline company, for example, might lose all their pension because and lose their job, just because. So yeah, it was pretty hard times back then for breaking up companies.
So that makes sense from a US perspective why it's only practical to have this sort of mechanism instead of that. But the US is probably the only what's that? Brian J. What are you saying?
You're saying you look like Jeffrey Rush, which I don't like because I actually think Jeffrey Rush is like a hot old dude that I would still have on my hit list. It's all because he did the movie Quills, where he was just like full frontal nudity, and I was like, that guy's got balls. I'm in.
You make that comment. You make that comment, Dev, after I've shaved the beard off. It makes no sense.
And that's exactly why, because I'm sitting there going, he looks so different. He normally looks like Captain Barbossa. And then I was like, yeah, he does. He looks like Captain Barbossa. So
yeah, well, I was attacked with a rabid razor this week, so
I'm so
that has completely derailed me what I was talking about.
Like, razors are rabid, and what does that mean exactly? And attacked. I mean, that's an interesting choice of words. Like, what did you do this weekend? I'm so curious. But I mean, I know that would be diverging from the topic. So
a gentleman never tells, and I've completely lost the topic. So
that's all right. I think we've been more than an hour on that topic, and I think it's time to move on anyway. And Brian, you have some experience with StreamYard outside of this podcast, have you not? Am I correct with my assumption?
You are absolutely correct. Yes.
Right. So, do you know how to cast a photograph of your topic onto the screen for us?
I will give it my best.
Because Bionic Dance can do it, and I keep forgetting to ask her how the fuck she does it, and I don't know how to do it.
I will give it my best shot. Hold on. I'll mute while I'm doing so.
It kind of depends.
Okay, yeah, that way you can swear safely and no one will know.
He can be on StreamYard and be broadcasting through like OBS, which gives different abilities than StreamYard all on its own does. So one of my Wednesday night people actually uses OBS and gets on through StreamYard, and they can do a whole bunch of other shit. And I'm like, I need to learn how to do that. I have OBS. It just confuses me, and I've not actually dedicated brain power to it. So.
Well, I've personally got loads of shit about politics I want to talk about, but I don't want to talk about that right now. Why
don't you just put it in a banner and put it up on the screen? I want to talk about what Brian wanted to talk about on the private chat on Twitter, because I think this actually can go a lot of different ways of that conversation, and I'm fascinated to find out which ways it will go. All right, now I'm going to bring this up. Here we go.
All right.
I was hoping we would talk about this topic. I think it's so fascinating.
Okay, I'm going to leave that there for a minute or two just to let the audience absorb it. All right. So why don't you explain why you're putting that image on the screen?
Okay, I will do that in just 1 second. But to answer your question, that was done via the share screen button. Okay, let me just find my original post because time over that wording.
While you're doing your thing, I'm just going to describe to you what I perceive here. I'm looking at a background with the stars and bars, and in the middle ground, you've got some sort of like a disc, or perhaps, I'm not sure, it says ant music for sex people. And that is inside the disc, there is the head of an ant with a couple of antennae wearing a Indian or Native American headdress. So that symbol there, there's an awful lot going on, and each of those components, I'm sure, has a story in its own right. And tell us about that.
Okay. Well, I'm going to read you what I put into our Twitter chat. The original rationale for this design, it's a design that I came up with in the early 80s, and it's a tattoo, and I have it on my arm, this arm here. Mike, you've seen it, I believe. And the flag represents rebellion against the establishment. At the time, Dukes of Hazzard was very popular on the TV. Plus, I was in a rockabilly phase musically. The ant logo, which is what the circle and the headdress is, that's from Adam and the Ants, who was a rising band in the early 80s. And that represents a new wave moving into that rebellion territory that previously has also been occupied by James Dean et al. And furthermore, it bases itself on a similar ethos with regards, quote, living with the land, not exploiting it, that is integral to many Native American cultures. And altogether, as a combined symbol, it represents an integration between the old and the new, and the emergence of a more culturally blended society. Now, that was my original rationale for the design and why I put it on my arm in the first place. Now, the reason I brought this up for discussion is because following the 6th, for the first time in my life, I am questioning my rationale in the inclusion of the General Lee battle flag in that design. And the reason why is because in this day and age, you have a growing majority of regular people who the presence of that symbol on my arm will be enough to convict me personally of all the baggage that that symbol now carries. So, Exiled and I were having a chat about it the other day, and I've never been ashamed of any of my tattoos or any of my designs, but this one has me in very severe introspection right now, and I'd kind of like to talk about it. I have
Well, I moved
adjusted
to the
my
UK and
rationale. Just quickly, I have adjusted my rationale, but to me, that kind of seems post facto manipulation, which is why I gave you the original rationale.
right.
Anyway, yes,
When
Paul.
I first moved to the UK, it was 1989, and I went to London a few times looking for work. And you know, there's always tourist stands that just stand on the sidewalk, which sell various different things, including American flags. And the early 90s, I saw the stars and bars in there numerous times on sale in London, and I couldn't figure out why anybody in London would want to buy the stars and bars. And I figured out maybe they were trying to sell them to tourists from America, I guess, because I just couldn't figure it out. So I found it interesting that from across the pond, that was the inference that you took from that, because I'm not sure, where did you pick up that inference that it was about rebellion? Just because it was a Civil War battle flag? I mean, is it that simple?
That was part of it. It was a Civil War battle flag, and the U.S. Civil War, certainly within our historical education, It is one of the biggest rebellions of all time,
I
geographically.
never personally associated it with, sorry, should put this down. I like in that Dukes of Hazzard era. I mean, that was a show that I used to watch religiously with my dad, my brothers, and everything when I was a kid. And I never associated that with anything even Confederate until after I graduated, right? Like for me as a kid, that flag, the Dixie flag, was never anything other than a symbol of like the South. That just meant like the South part of America, Georgia and Alabama and the Mississippi and whatever. That's all that meant, and it kind of had that rebel thing because of what because of like things like Dukes of Hazzard, right? Where they're just out there doing that's. So anyway, I'll be done now.
Just good old boys.
Yeah, well, in the late 80s, in my late teens, I actually had a couple of Confederate flags in my room, set up like they were American flags, and I had a very similar reason for it. They were rebellion against establishment. The baggage that the flags carry now, they always carried. I was
Yep.
just not aware of it. I was
Right.
ignorant. I was ignorant of it, and when
Not
I
globally,
learned,
though.
what was that?
Not globally.
No, maybe not. But I mean, it wasn't even like known completely in the U.S. because I didn't know. But when I learned, I stopped flying them. But the baggage is always there. It's just not as well known as it should be, as it is today. But yeah, I mean, I understand that. I think though you should maybe it's that saying, when you know better, you do better.
Right.
You might want to maybe look at having that touched up.
Right. Real quick, I'll go real quick, Joe. I just wanted to make a point here because I think the Dukes of Hazzard has come up a lot in discussions of the battle flag, not just here tonight, but in discussions I've seen throughout the past 15 or 20 years. And I have to say that if, and I'm not saying this is the truth, but I mean, if the Dukes of Hazzard having that battle flag on that car was meant to soften the image of the battle flag, I think it was successful because a lot of people had it softened by that TV show, whether by intention or not.
I think it's kind of relative to where you're located, though, as well, right? I mean, I guess I kind of agree a little bit with Rob that it probably always carried that baggage, but because of where I'm at and because of how I grew up in the United States, that baggage wasn't a thing up here. Nothing like it is in the South. I mean, like at this point in my life, I've been to the Southern United States, in various different places. And it's not like the Northwest is by any stretch of the imagination, right? So, but here's another thing. Like, so I feel like there's two sides to this. One is that it's really hard for me to like the person that's all about the free speech inside really knee jerks at the notion that because of a public a zeitgeist, a social zeitgeist, that this thing should be like that just rankles me. But also I simultaneously and even perhaps in conflict with my own self, think that if I saw a person walking around with a swastika, right, my first thought isn't going to be, oh, they must be into like ancient Egyptian lore, right? That's not my fucking first thought, right? My first thought is, why are you walking around with like the Hitler tat on your arm, right? And
Which is kind of how I feel these days.
and because it's so public now, like it's so obvious now, right?
Well,
And
I'd like to hear what Joe has to say.
yeah, sorry, Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. I mean, yeah, I agree. One, with Rob said that, yeah, the baggage was always there, but there were attempts, and Dukes of Hazzard, as Paul said, absolutely did soften in people's minds, and I do believe it was intentional because this has been an aim of Southerners for a long time. Because here's the thing: what gets me is because whenever people have spoken out against the flag, the people who defend it, will say stuff like, well, it's its heritage. Well, no, because that flag was used during the Civil War and then wasn't used again until the 50s when people were trying to, basically stop civil rights laws that were, trying to, give equality to black people. So they were literally put there as a warning to black people. Like, hey, you think you're going to come up and it's going to be equal. Don't even fucking think. We did this shit once. We'll do it again. And that's literally what they were saying. And that's why you've heard, I remember all as a child, people saying, the South will rise again. They've been arguing for this forever. And that's why when people try to defend it, I'm like, no, you're full of crap. It was never just about Southern. Well, it was about Southern heritage, the Southern heritage of being traitorous and owning people as property. So but outside of the South, you're right. A lot of people were not keenly aware. Certainly, when we were kids, what did we know? We just watch a show. It's just a symbol to us. But once we actually learn what the symbol is, then we're like, holy shit, this is awful. It is a swastika. As far as I'm concerned, it's the swastika.
Joe, you actually touched on a couple of things I wanted to say. They say, Joe, you touched on a couple of things I wanted to say. Like they'd say, oh, it's heritage. It's our heritage. It's our heritage. The South, the Confederacy lasted, 5 years tops? Obama was president for 8 years. So, I mean, the Obama presidency outlasted your heritage by 3 fucking years. That's number one. And number two, yeah, I mean, like Amy was saying about or Sister Danger was saying about not knowing because of where she grew up and everything else. And there might be, a certain amount of that across the board is true, because I think a lot of kids running around with their generally t-shirts and waving the Confederate flag had no idea what it was. But you bet your ass people in the South knew what it was. They absolutely knew the baggage. They knew exactly what it meant. So
one other heritage that no one's carrying a flag for. In the mid 1910s, in the Ottoman Empire, Armenian Ottomans were slaughtered en masse. It was basically an attempt to wipe them out. That's part of their heritage. It's not a very good part of their heritage, but it's part of their heritage. So you don't see a lot of Turks carrying flags of hey, remember when we tried to wipe out the Armenians? I mean, I'm sure there's probably some, and they're fucked up too.
Can I bring up a different, I don't know, just also, I guess maybe also another angle that when I think about being in your position, right? I find that I would feel hard pressed to alter the art that was on my body, even if I knew no longer that it was not an acceptable thing, right? So let's say because here's the reason why, is because in life we grow, we change, we learn, we do things. And I have 3 tattoos, right? And if one of those for some reason became, according to society, like a kind of a social pariah thing to have, right? If that wasn't why I got that tattoo was meaningful to me in some way, having very possibly nothing to do with what society ever thought of it. And I feel like if I was to alter that, no matter how bad it was to become in society, that this would be like me kind of erasing a thing that I thought, when maybe what I really think inside of my own mind and in my own person is that it's important to me to know that this is maybe a thing that I once thought that I know much better now. And this is my reminder that I never do that thing. I never believe that thing. I never become that thing. What it is in here is not what it is out there. And so I feel really I don't know what a thing meant when you got it. You change, things change, people change, your own opinion of your own body art can change. And I feel almost like like nobody else should be able to dictate to you what the fuck you put on your own body, right? Like they just shouldn't.
Okay. Well, first off, no one can. No
I mean,
one
I
can.
no,
No
not
one.
really.
No one can dictate
Oh,
now,
I
but
know.
you can't control is you can't control how people perceive it. But that's actually not what I was going to address because I don't really care. I don't give a fuck what people have in their body. If they have something that I think is offensive, I just won't fuck with them. I just won't deal with them. If they want to explain themselves, they can. Maybe I'll give them a break. But other than that, I'll tell them to fuck off. But to Quinta's point about how come we've been silent about racism, the racism that's ginned up against Asians since the virus, that we haven't said anything. That's a fucking lie.
Wait,
Fucking lie. And you know why the racism has changed up? Because Fox News, because of Donald Trump calling it the Wuhan flu and Kung flu and blaming China for everything. So it's been right wingers, your buds have been stoking this anti-China thing, which, of course, racists are fucking dumb. And then when they see any Asian and they lump them all together. So because the people that you side with are racist and have used the virus against Asians, that's why racism has gone up against Asians. And we have addressed it, you lying piece of shit.
Okay, in case anyone doesn't know, he was talking to someone in the comments
Yeah,
section.
that took me actually a second
Just
to
to make
catch
sure
up,
that
but
was clear.
I feel like did I do something wrong?
No, that was
Hello?
cool.
Hello. I just wanted to say to the point Sister Danger made, and what I think one of the reasons Brian brought this topic up in the first place about tattoos and regret, because I mean, most of us, I hope, who have tattoos, the tattoos mean something to that person, and I hope that you got your tattoo approaching it with, this is it. This is I might regret this, but I hope I don't. For me, I don't actually regret any of my tattoos, but I have covered some of them up, not because I regret the tattoo as such, but because I don't want my tattoo to hurt someone else's feelings because they have the name of a previous on it, right? That's just me. I had my second wife's name here for a long time, but now I'm married and it just doesn't make sense to leave it there. I know we were married, you know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
and I don't need to advertise it. Go ahead, Rob.
So I want to agree with Sister Danger a lot of what she said, but some of the stuff I don't agree with so much. And like Joe, I really don't give a shit what people put on their bodies, and if they want to explain, I'll listen. And if I feel like what they have to say makes sense, okay. If not, then they can go fuck themselves. But if you're going to have a Confederate flag, even if part of it is covered by the ant and everything else, if you're going to have what is obviously, identifiable as a Confederate flag, you got to be ready for people to question it and to say, dude, the fuck is your problem? I mean, if you're not willing to do that, if you're not there for that, then yeah, get rid of it. But if
Well,
you're
I
willing
did.
to,
I did have an original rationale for the design,
and
which I gave you to the best of my ability to remember it 40 years later.
but not everybody is going to hear it or listen to it or want to. Some people aren't going to want to talk to you at all. Some people would just as soon hit you with a brick before you say a word. It's a
I
symbol
don't
of hate.
mean this is a bad comparison, Brian, but a lot of people who sort of apologize for the founders having owned slaves said, well, things were just different back then. Just saying.
True, but I also mentioned the fact that I was in musically a rockabilly phase, and the General Lee and the rockabilly music genre are very intricately linked. So you've got and the majority of my life, even musically, the music genres that I've been into are very explicitly anti-racist in a lot of their content. Adam and the Ants, particularly, which is where that ant logo came from. Stray Cats, Polecats, you name it, from that genre. The reggae that I spent 20 years of my life collecting.
Right.
The sheer variety of stuff that I play on my music shows yeah, in origin and language, etc., etc., etc. But I would like to ask for Agent of Doubt's contribution on this, because I
Who
noticed
has
he's
been
been very
most
quiet.
silent? Yes.
And he's the one person that I know for a fact has seen the actual tattoo.
Well, I'll say that it doesn't stand out as being as racist as it could be, because it's not just the flag; it's something over the flag. So it's not as blatant. But yeah, were it me, I would be thinking about a cover up. And given that the original meaning of it to you was rebellion, I would probably be trying to change it into something that would piss off the people that you don't want to be associated with. I might just like change the colors to something more queer friendly. Change the red to a red and pink are close enough, and the ink would feel good. Change the blue to a purple, and
Okay.
just keep the shape, but make it something that definitely doesn't stand for that other thing, and is for a different kind of rebellion that you stand for now.
Yeah, because I mean, it's obviously
Good
Brian.
feedback. Thank you.
You and I have known each other for a long time. I know you're not a
We
racist.
have.
I know you're none of that things. But I know you, and like Rob said, people who don't know you may not give you a chance. Now, and that's unfortunate. But this is, I think when Quinca's gone, thankfully, bye, fuck you. But as far as people talk about, they'll talk about canceling and all that. But I mean, what it comes down to it is that people, they have the right to associate with whoever they want. And I would say that certainly if and like to Amy's point, like, okay, so, something meant to you at the time, but if it doesn't mean anything to you now, I don't feel connected to things like that. Like I've there's been things in my life that I've got, in 52 years, you accumulate a lot of shit. And as I go through and I'm trying to sort out and trying to thin down my collection of stuff, there are some things that come along with that at the time meant an enormous amount to me, but they don't mean anything to me now because I'm not that person. So I personally don't have a problem divesting it because it no longer has the same meaning to me. And if it means something to you, certainly, hey, do what you will. I mean, if it's that important. But
Well, just
I
to
don't.
quickly answer that question,
Yeah.
musically, it did mark a fairly significant
Yeah.
stage of my life.
See, that's kind of how I
So,
would feel.
and it is somewhat foundational to the directions that my life has gone musically.
Yep.
Can I ask you a question? And I don't mean this in a sassy way at all, Brian. This is actually in earnest, because I lived in for 31 years and I admire Britain and the British people very sincerely. But I'm curious why there wasn't some British symbol of rebellion that you could latch onto instead of stars and bars.
That would be the American flag.
I mean,
that would probably be the American flag. Yes, Mike. Yeah,
that's pretty funny, Mike.
good answer. Yeah, good answer. Well, I suppose the closest that we have to that sort of a civil war would be the Cavaliers and Roundheads.
What about
And
Guy
that
Fawkes,
doesn't-
right? You could get a little tattoo of Guy Fawkes.
Remember, right? Like, come on.
Yeah, but the keystone, for want of a better cauliflower, was the ant logo. And as a background to superimpose it on, you kind of need a flag. And our civil wars haven't really yielded any of that. The closest we might have would be a red rose and a white rose.
Yeah, War of the Roses.
Yeah, it doesn't really, it didn't really, and it certainly doesn't work musically either.
No. I mean, I think in your case, I was gonna say in your case too, you didn't in Britain, you didn't really, you guys were aware of the Civil War, obviously, but I don't think you had the context that we had here either, too. So
No.
necessarily, and especially how it was being presented at that time, you wouldn't really know that the kind of offense that it carried.
You know,
I'd just like to address my wife in the comments. I hear you, honey, but it's my arm.
I personally,
And
I
it's quite a big one, and my skin is somewhat sensitive these days. This
are
is
we
why
not
I
talking
wear
about your
velour
tattoo?
clothing.
I mean, what's going on right now? I just, I would personally feel quite off put
Side-eye.
at the very idea of, if it was me in your shoes, I would not like the idea of altering something, even if it had become incredibly bad to bear. In a somebody might view that and they'll be like, oh, white supremacist, we should beat the fuck out of you, right? Like, even if that was the case, I still, so maybe opposite to Joe a little bit, my house is filled, like my house is a memory palace, right? The things that are in it are, you can look at them, you could ask me about them, I can tell you, I mean, maybe not like with every single little thing, but with the huge portion of it, I can tell you like how I got this, why I got this, when I got this, what were the circumstances around it. Like, this is
Your
my
boat
life.
is a little burst of you, isn't it?
Yes, and so are my tattoos, right? And they
I
all
was
were
going to say,
something
as is
about me. So for me to go back and say, uh-oh, it's socially unpopular to have this on me, right? And therefore I'm going to change it. I feel like that's the kind of the pressure of society that's telling me I need to erase a portion of my past, which, even if it was the worst thing, like let's just go out on a limb and be ridiculous and be like, oh, once in my 20s or something, for like 5 years, I was super straight edge, like I shaved my head like Sinead O'Connor and, went around kicking people like Clockwork Orange, right? Like, let's just say that, like, it was something crazy like that, and I have a symbol of that marked on my body, right? But I'm not that thing anymore. But I'm not who I am now, with all of my history being non-existent, right? Like, those things, however terrible they might have been, they still were a part of what shaped who I am today. And so I feel like it's important to remember, it's important to have your own touchstones for that, to not let other people erase those things. And that maybe, even if like, seriously, if I walked into a bar and I like saw a dude with a big old fucking swastika on his arm, like, I'd be like, okay, maybe you're not the guy I should talk to. And if I did talk to you, maybe I'd be like, well, that's an interesting tattoo. What's its story? And if your story is, fuck the Jews, then I'm like, fuck yourself. And if its story is, well, I was in prison, and if I didn't get a tattoo like this, they were going to kill me, I might be like, oh, that's a different kind of a story. I mean, rare as I suppose that might be, but you get my point, right? Like, maybe it is my part to just not judge. Sorry, your turn. I'm just putting myself on mute now. Done.
I was just going to say, hey, the Jews have a secret space laser, okay?
Was it on sharks though? Because if they didn't have sharks with laser beams on their head, I don't even care. Like, they're not there yet.
Space sharks.
I got a couple things to say about what Sister Danger said, and I'm going to be very brief. First of all, a lot of people get tattoos that are taboo on purpose. I mean, I'm thinking of Marilyn Manson. He got a great big old swastika on him, for example, back in the 90s.
He actually was, though.
Because it was not because he's a Nazi, but because it was not allowed, because it was taboo, because it would piss people off. That's why he did it. And that's still not okay to me, really. But it's his body and it's his choice, and that is okay to me. So that to me is the higher okay thing.
Yeah. Now, see, the thing is that, okay, again, what people do, I mean, if someone feels the need to keep it, they can. But again, see, the thing that always bothers me about the conversation is it always seems to come down to, I want to be able to do something, and I don't want to be held accountable, and I don't want anyone to criticize my choice. And again, you make whatever choice. People can make whatever choices they want, but they cannot dictate to other people how other people respond to those choices.
I agree with that. Sure.
So that's the thing. So it's like, and it's the same thing with CRB. It's about wokeness. Okay, I
Okay,
really
stop. I want to bring that comment up for discussion. So, Brian, did you have a point to make about what we're just talking about before I change the subject? Because I got that comment ready to bring on the screen, Joe, and I want to talk about that in a bit of detail.
I'm missing something.
The only thing I'd like to say is thank you guys for your feedback. It is important to me, and my introspection shall continue for a while.
Okay, that's cool. All right, I want to bring up a comment from a while back here, and I'm going to leave it on the screen for some time because it's a longer comment.
I was going to ask you.
This woke movement might just serve as a distraction. You know that rainbow-colored bombs work the same, and you push for healthcare feels pretty hollow. Okay, on a personal level, I've got videos on my channel going back to 2009, and back in those days, I used to argue for universal healthcare all the time. When I lived in the UK for 31 years, it seemed like the most obvious and simple thing, and it just vexed me and continues to vex me why we have no such system in America, and I will continue to fight for it politically, and that's just true. So that's for me. I can't speak for anybody else, okay? So there's that. The other thing I want to say before I cede the floor, and it's similar to the point you made it to him in a comment, Joe. What the hell is wrong? If wokeness is, wanting a better world, if wokeness is wanting, to be a better person, basically, and, try not to offend people or whatever, if that's what your version of wokeness is, I don't see a problem with that. Kindness knows no shame, to quote Stevie Wonder. You know what I mean? It's free. It's so much easier as well to be decent and nice than it is to be a dick. I don't understand why people voluntarily choose to be a dick when they don't have to be. Some people do have to be, I grant you. We've all got we're all coming from a different place, but anyway, I'll give the floor up.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the thing. I mean, so the thing is that my only problem with the term woke is that, just like skeptic, it's a process, not a destination. So I would personally, no matter how good I was of a person, no matter how progressive and all that, I would never call myself woke, because I know I'm a human with failings and that I'm not going to get it right all the time. Same thing with skepticism, which is why I don't call myself a skeptic. I strive to be skeptical, because skepticism is a tool. It's not a destination. So, and again, as a human with biases and emotions, sometimes I'll fuck that up and I'll do something that's unskeptical. So, but as far as the process, yeah, I want a world where we have more mutual respect for one another. I want a world where we're kinder to one another. I want a world where everybody has at least the basics: food, shelter, clothing, and whatever other. I know I'm missing one thing, but basically has all those things, at least that. So if that means I'm striving for wokeness, fine. If you think that's bad, I think that reflects more on you than it does on me. So as far as a distraction, no, because it's all part of it. Healthcare, getting healthcare is part of that package, because that's part. Oh, that's the other thing. I missed healthcare. So that's part of the package, to make sure that every human being has at least that. And in order for that to happen, we have to actually treat one another as equals, not just in the law, because we actually have that in the law, but we actually have to have it in reality, which means we have to do our best to get rid of biases. We all have them, and it was a constant fight, a constant strive to rid ourselves of our biases. And the first step to that is recognizing that we have them. So if you're going to sit there and say how unwoke you are, you're literally saying, I don't want to change and fuck everybody else. And you can live like that if you want to, but I wouldn't want to associate with anyone like that.
Oh, right. Okay. I was just going to say, experience, in my opinion, is the main thing that will erode bigotry and biases. You know what I mean? A lot of people have biases because they have either bad experiences and or no experiences of a particular. I mean, I mentioned to Kazoom the other day in one of his videos that I've met so many anti-Muslim bigots, for example, on the internet, who've literally never met a Muslim in their life. They've never encountered one. Well, so every single bigoted opinion that they've got, they've absorbed from society in whatever way, and I find that really disturbing. Why should you have an opinion if you have no experience? And one of the main reasons people always used to say to me when I did sort of videos on my channel defending Muslims or whatever, or whatever, other people say, "Why do you do this? You're an atheist." I'm like, "Well, I'm just anti-bigotry. It's really simple. It has nothing to do with whether I believe in God or not, or whether I think Islam is true or not. I think it's a fucking bullshit religion like all the rest. But at the end of the day, people are free to fucking believe what they believe in. As their beliefs aren't causing any harm, what the fuck, right? So,
Right.
but if that's
Right.
different.
That's right, because it's one thing to go after the harm being done by radical Muslims who are hurting people. Absolutely, that's fair game.
Like the white supremacists right now. You know,
That's right. That's
white
right.
people are bad, but all white supremacists are bad. I feel quite comfortable saying that on the internet.
Exactly, and that's the thing. So Muslims who are hurting people, let's get at them. However, I had a great grandfather who was Muslim. I have Muslim cousins. You know what? They're not radicals. They're not hurting anybody, and I don't share their beliefs. But you know what? They're good people. So that's really what it's all about. Can you distinguish? Do you guys? I forget. I wish I could remember his channel name, but his first name is Jerry. He's a Texan, and he used to make YouTube videos. His channel was always small. He never got big. But one time, I did a video making fun of something that I thought was dumb, and I aped a Southern accent or like a Southwestern accent. And he took me to task, and he said, Joe, I'm from Texas. I sound exactly like the sound, the voice you were emulating. Are you saying that I'm dumb because I talk that way? And I thought about it, and I was like, he has a valid point. So I stopped doing that because it wasn't just about, I don't want to offend people, but I don't want to do things that hurt people or create stereotypes about people, and it's an unfair stereotype. So I said, you know what? I'm not going to do a Southern voice or a Southwestern voice to emulate someone who's not intelligent or is a thinking person who's not using their brain, because that's stereotyping people, and that's not right. That's part of it. That's another part of it too.
Do you remember Wildwood Claire? I keep doing that. Do you guys remember Wildwood Claire?
Yes.
Matt O'Neill, way back, made a video where he did a Southern accent as somebody who is stupid, and she went apeshit on him. She dragged him up and down, and he apologized, profusely. But yeah, I mean, it's same thing.
I met Claire, by the way. Claire is awesome. She's in North Carolina.
Yeah, I actually, she went to the DC meetup.
Oh,
I was
I
was down in North Carolina for a training class, and we hooked up.
Yeah, I mean, but she's, I watched her channel. She was, one of the staples that everybody was, some of her stuff was a little for me, was a little on the dull side. But heavy Southern accent, but she's a scientist. She's a geologist.
Yeah, really smart woman.
So yeah, I mean, it's just like, take the stereotype about the Southern accent and, shove it somewhere, because, if you do it around her, she'll let you know you're wrong.
Quick question before we say hi to Kiz. Hi, Kiz. Do any of you still appreciate blonde jokes? Just a yes or no round, starting with you, Paul, and going round.
Appreciate wouldn't be the word I would choose, but I tolerate them and I might laugh.
Yeah. I'm just saying it.
Yeah, not really. Not really.
No, I'm not me. No.
I'm with Paul here.
I find myself laughing involuntarily.
Yes, I still laugh at blonde jokes. But I will say though, I again, somewhat perhaps contradictory to myself, one thing I don't like, I despise jokes that play on male and female stereotypes. I do not like them at all. I find them insulting to everybody involved. Like, guess what? Not all guys are like that, and not all women are like that.
Yeah, but isn't that kind of the point? And why it's the wrongness of a joke is often part of the point of the joke.
Agreed.
Well, yes, I guess that it's actually because though I find them to be so mischaracterizing the men women jokes. But maybe I only think they're mischaracterizing because of my own personal self. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't like them. I think that they put out a wrong image about what's expected from men and women and what's okay and not okay. and I don't know. So,
Do you guys think there's such a thing as an Overton window in comedy?
is the Overton window the thing that
Yes,
moves?
absolutely. And actually, to Amy's point, I didn't used to. Yes. The thing is, I didn't used to agree with Amy, but I guess I don't totally. But where I really hate it is when the whole thing about the married couple, assuming straight couple, like, well, the husband does this and the wife does this and blah blah blah, and that's something that got annoying. Like the whole idea that, well, in order for a couple to be happy, the man has to roll over for the wife, and the wife is going to be this harpy telling him that he can't do things that are cool. I'm like, I mean, it's one thing if you're doing about your own relationship and you're making jokes, and comedians do that too. Sometimes they make it personal. In which case, if you're making it personal, well, my wife does this and I do that, that's different because you're not making a broad statement. But if you're just trying to make generals, I have some exceptions to that too. But I'll let other people talk for a while.
Okay. Part of like the whole thing of like, men and women and expectations. There was somebody tweeted the other day about stimulus checks, that stay-at-home moms that don't work should get a stimulus check because they give as much to the culture and society as anybody else, and that all of their work is unpaid. And I was like, yes, but why are we saying moms? Why is it moms?
I raised my kids.
I
feel that. I feel that, man. I feel that.
I'm like, I should get a check too, and I'm technically not a mother.
Right.
And yeah, I am the primary caregiver for two boys. Feed them, change the diapers, and everything. I mean, well, almost everything. And now because of the pandemic, the Peach is home more. But when this is all over, she's going back to work, and I'm here with the kids.
Right.
So I want my check.
I want to actually address Sister Danger's comment in the comments, and somebody else has said it too. I disagree about Karen jokes because Karen is about behavior and not about just your demographic.
But blonde jokes were never about blondes. It was just about dumb chicks. And in the 80s, that was associated with
blonde.
Right.
No.
Right. And that's the thing.
Yes.
Stereotype that blondes were dumber. That was a stereotype that blondes were dumber.
Stereotype, yeah.
Well,
Blondes
yeah,
are dumber.
Oh, wait. But now we have
if you divorce the joke from blonde and just make it about a dumb chick, as you put it, that's a little different because again, you're talking about behavior now and not what somebody is inherently.
I'd like to interrupt the program and go and welcome Zoom to the show. I'm very pleased to see you, brother. I didn't know if you're going to show up, man. And as soon as I saw you with the hat, I decided I had to join you so that you didn't feel like all alone. On the other hand, if you thought the hat would be your thing and you'd be like you want me to get rid of it, that's cool too. I can do that.
Hat day?
Humility stretches just about that far.
I mean, I'm all about having some kind of a themed clothing day.
Right.
Where
Okay.
we all have to wear ties or something. Wait, what? No.
Hey,
Now I
Michael,
have to find
as well. There we go. Okay, listen, Kazoom, I want to throw this question at you, man. You must have seen, like, on the news over the past couple of days, a lot of the people who've been busted in the Capitol riots. They have been going, "Hey, man, Trump told me to. Trump told me to," which is not going to help Trump's defense in the Senate. But that's a different part of the conversation. I thought it was established after like World War II and the Nuremberg trials and all that, I was just following orders is not a defense, and you shouldn't be following orders to break the law and so on. But do you think that they will or they should have their circumstances mitigated because they were in a cult or anything like that? I mean, where do you think that's going to go? Because I personally think they should nail these people to the wall. But
I hope they're nailed to the wall. I hope they're held accountable. I don't think they should be able to use an excuse. Oh, well, it was the president that said it. No, that's not an excuse. So.
Right. So on the one hand, yeah, Trump incited them, but two, then they actually did the thing. It's like I've always said, people make food shows and I love food, but McDonald's never came to my house and shoved McDonald's down my throat. So I don't blame McDonald's. They incited me, but I can't blame them for my actions.
It would be so nice if they did that, though.
Man, I've been on keto for like 2 months.
There is such a thing as crowd psychology, and I don't ignore that. But a lot of those people came there to ruck in the first place, and that's been well documented. It's beyond dispute. It's not as if there was a peaceful protest and a riot erupted. That's not what happened. And I'm so offended. And there's so much to talk about this basic subject because, a lot of people in the Congress at the moment are kind of nervous of some of their colleagues, right? And I don't blame them. And, how can you govern if you think someone in the chamber might like try to kill you after work or whatever? Do you know what I mean? I mean, if that's where we're at, we got some serious work to do, and that's an understatement. But yeah, I'm kind of like, as I said a couple of weeks ago after the 6th, when we did our first show when I was in St. Louis, this coup ain't over. They're not done trying. Someone else go.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure everyone knows Bo, the fifth column. He repeated, and I've seen this statement before, but he echoed it. The idea that if we don't hold the people that did it accountable, then this wasn't a failed coup; it was a practice. Because you're right, they will try this shit again. But so if we have to deal harshly, and we have to, and also, and I may have mentioned this before, but just say the group of us, we go somewhere and we're going there and we're planning on, we're just going to rob somebody. And then in the permission of that act, I take my battle axe, which I've shown it to you, and I just fucking split a guy's head open with it. You guys are now accessories to murder. Even if you didn't know I was going to do it, even though you might even said, Joe, don't do it. If you were part of the criminal act, you are now on the hook. So I see the same thing here. And as I mentioned before, when we talked about it, most of the people that went there were not looking to hurt anybody or whatever. They thought they were going to get in the chambers and they were going to talk directly to their legislators and say, we want you to do X, we want you to overturn the election. They were basically fodder for those that showed up with weapons and zip ties who were actually looking to do bad things. And it's unfortunate for those people that they thought they were being heroic, the ones that were just kind of the sheep. But unfortunately, they are accessories to a coup attempt. Yeah, I wish they felt shame. Exactly. They don't.
So I definitely feel like they will need to be prosecuted to the fullest extent, because there are lists that we go by in this world, like who's allowed to buy a firearm. And if you committed a felony in many places, you should not be able to buy a firearm. We use those lists to make sure that we can screen for certain things, right? But when it comes to the punishment side, I do think that there could be a case for the judges being lenient in that they commute sentences to a lot of therapy and education in this case, because it's very obvious that the root source of this is misinformation, to say the least.
I would say therapy should definitely be part of whatever happens to them, the consequences, but that shouldn't be the be all and end all. I mean, these people, seriously, we need to be talking about the long view in history, right? Because in like 30 or 50 years, they won't understand the QAnon thing was just some sort of psyop and whatever. They won't understand necessarily. They'll look at who voted for what and what, because they'll know the results of this shit that we can't see. They'll know what happens in 6 months that we don't know right now, and they'll look back on all this shit, and it is not going to be good. All these senators and reps who voted a couple weeks ago after the insurrection still to challenge the vote, as I said before, they're all fucking in on it. These people are in on it, friends. Just the evidence just looks like they're in on it. Why haven't they disavowed MTG? None of them, not a single one of them have stood up and you go, you know what? I can't believe that woman said that. She should be expelled from my party. No one said that.
What was the question?
They say it in private, but that's not good enough. If they don't say, and that's the problem. How many times we keep hearing out there's Republican senators that if it was a secret ballot would vote to convict Trump, but because it's publicly known that they're not going to do it. So again, I mean, their irony to me, because as a party, they try to present themselves as, they're the brave ones, and we little meek, lefties, we're such pussies, and we don't stand up for anything. They have no integrity. They have no backbone at all.
Okay,
Here's the thing.
to this comment here, having a hard time with me, Sarge. I think you mean Maxine Waters or Cory Booker for incitement to violence and plenty others. All right. I don't remember any. We're talking about storming the Capitol and trying to overthrow the government.
Right. And none of those people that he's talking about, and no Democrats that I am aware of, incited violence. And absolutely none of them incited an overthrow of the government.
Right. It's not even close.
No, it's a comparison. It's apples and watermelons. I mean, it's not even. It's just unfucking believable that people are still fucking saying that. And Vegas is not a complete total fucking idiot. He's been in here quite a bit and have had conversations with all of us. But to say that is just fucking ridiculous.
Well, right, because the thing is, in order to have incitement, you have to be able to tie, the active speech, the inflammatory speech with specific events. So, which is why it's almost never charged, because it's very hard to make the case. But in the case of Trump, he's literally like,
extremely hard to charge. But in this case, in this case, Trump summoned the mob, as Liz Cheney said. She said it perfectly. He summoned the mob, he incited the mob, and sent them to the Capitol, where they went rioting. It's not even a matter of opinion, as far as I'm concerned. And anybody who thinks that it wasn't incitement or wasn't a deliberate riot, that people didn't deliberately come, just hasn't been paying attention. There were bombs planted the night before, for fuck's sake. Steve Bannon was on his fucking radio show the night before saying tomorrow's going to be fucking wild. You won't believe what's going to happen. You have to stay focused, and all that. Have you guys heard that clip?
Yeah.
Can I just point?
Pardoned by Trump. I wonder why.
Can I just point out that thanks to the delays that I believe the Republicans pushed for, fairly soon, because they are riding these indictments of the actual protesters pretty hard and fast. You're gonna also have available for evidence the confessions of those involved taken during their court cases, where they directly point to Trump as their reason for being there, and they will give chapter and verse on how exactly they were incited.
Yeah. I mean, now what? Well, okay, I won't say it now, but when we change topics, I'll put in the private chat what topic I hope we go to.
Sure, that's fine. But yeah, this one's got a lot of legs on it still, I think, because there's so much going on right now. I mean, there's people like Matt Gaetz and MTG and others in the House of Representatives who've just been on the New York Times. It's just exposed that they are on a watch list. The FBI's investigating them for their ties to extremist groups.
Well, I mean, we all know about.
I'm sure there's always been politicians who had ties to the KKK, for example, but they used to keep it quiet. They didn't advertise it. They didn't go on television to a rally for these groups and go rah, 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 like Matt Gaetz has done, for example, with the Proud Boys,
Right.
And why so there's this big zeitgeist right now in the media that people are saying, the Trumpists have taken over the Republican Party, right? And I get really angry at the framing on MSNBC and CNN, because they're giving that shit legs by saying it in the first place. The bottom line is they should be saying that the Republicans are in complete crisis and spiraling out of control, because that's what's true. Nobody knows that Trump's going to win. And with the thing is, what does that even mean? Trump's going to win. He just lost. So what the fuck is going on? He just had a private meeting with McCarthy, right? And he had a phone conversation with MTG either today or yesterday. If there's not conspiring going on, let me see the fucking transcripts. What the fuck?
He is the de facto leader of the party, though. So, I mean, even though he lost the election, he is the Republican Party. He is the head of it. And many of them are more than happy to march to the drum he's beaten. I mean, we'll talk about like people who should be held responsible, like Marjorie Greene. and Boebert, who wants to bring a gun onto the House floor. Why?
Yeah, why?
Why?
Yeah, they need a gun about as much as they need a fucking.
Yeah, there's no legitimate reason to bring it there.
Should I just be
Right.
happy
Which
if they
tells
bring
me
it
she
to
wants the
Florida?
ability to.
Maybe playing devil's
Yeah,
advocate here. I hope so, but isn't there an argument to be made that they are as we often hear, that there is this conspiracy on the left to take away our guns, as it were. And apologies for anyone who was offended by that stereotype, but that's the meme.
There's plenty of people out there doing that.
Wait, what,
Yeah,
what's
Drew
the
Taylor
but
Greene
is
was
there
one of the
not-
people saying that stupid shit.
Yeah, but is there not an argument to be made that the right is displaying an intention to expand that same amendment to remove places where guns are now illegal from being illegal in those places?
and then
Okay, let
and they've
me
been-
go, Joe. Let me go because
all federal property?
like I think it was Rob said earlier, or maybe it was Joe, but I mean, these people who just riot or have will hopefully get convicted of at least one, if not multiple felonies, right? They should lose their rights to own firearms, which will piss them fucking off, right? They'll probably refuse to surrender them, and then they'll be outlaws. So there's that.
And they can't vote.
So also, in most states anyway, they'll lose their right to vote. So by being insurrectionists, they basically lost some of their most fundamental democratic rights, right?
And how many
I don't
of them
think
do you
they're
think
gonna do it.
ultimately will turn into martyrs for the cause by their eventual suicide by cop last stand?
We'll see, unfortunately, because I'm pretty sure there's going to be a bit of a scene when the impeachment starts. But we can go there. We can talk about that or not. I don't know.
And I freaking hope they impeach that guy. Just thought I'd say.
So Vegas is saying that we're all overplaying our hand. I have no idea what that means. Facts are facts. What happened happened. We all saw it happen. I don't know what's being overplayed. So
I don't play poker because I hate gambling, and also I don't know how to
Well,
play
also
poker,
we have
and
no-
I don't want to get naked.
Well, what we're all
Well, plus,
asking
we also have no power, so that we have no hand to play. So we're just a bunch of slubs on the internet giving our opinion.
ever since Trump was in office, we've been living in a post-fact world, and what we're saying is we're ready to go back to where facts matter. We all saw what happened. The facts are clear. There's just a bunch of spineless Republicans who can't call out one of their own, even for insurrection.
Right.
That's how spineless they
Well,
are.
Yeah,
This
and
goes back to my previous theory, and I know, but they're all fucking in on it, friends. They voted that way just right after the fucking insurrection. They're fucking in on it, and they're not done. And they're thinking that they're the ones who are going to be the survivors, as it were, not necessarily in a literal sense, but in a political sense.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, Exile just said in the comments, Moscow Mitch even said it. So Mitch McConnell was on record as saying that President Trump committed impeachable offenses, and then he voted the other day to say that the trial is unconstitutional. Well, he's wrong, but the thing is, one thing I want to clarify. What's happening in the Senate is not impeachment. He's been impeached. He's already impeached. This is the Senate trial to see whether now he can't be removed because he's already gone, but whether or not he will be disqualified by that process. But the thing is that they actually have to have the trial because he's already been impeached. So I mean, it says there in the Constitution, if you get impeached, there's a trial. Period. But
Isn't
Mitch,
there? Oh,
What
I'm
are you saying,
sorry. I
Kidness?
didn't interrupt. I was just going to say, isn't there some sort of other process that I can't remember the name of that they're thinking of trying
Yeah.
to push onto Trump? Because if they can't convict him in that way, there's something else they can do to stop him from becoming president again.
Yeah, and
I
there's
think I have to say forthrightly, friends, that if the Republican senators in the GOP, all 50 of them, literally all 50 of them, I hope someone on the prosecution or presentation from the House of Representatives says to them, look, like I said, 50 years from now, they're not going to know about QAnon. They're not going to understand, this whole thing. What they're going to see is how you voted. And if you are not in on it, you better convict him, because he
They
tried
don't care.
to overthrow the government. And
They
if
don't
you
care.
don't convict him, it will look like you either were complicit. Well, that's it. You look complicit.
Right. Right,
Okay.
but Rob's right. They don't actually care. But to
don't care.
kids' point, real quick, is that yes, it's part of the 14th Amendment. The insurrection clause says that if you commit insurrection against the government, you are disqualified. You cannot hold any office. So they could use that. And I don't think that'll take it won't, and that can only requires a simple majority. However, it could be filibustered, because at least at the moment the filibuster still exists, and you need to close debate. You need 60 votes, so it could be filibustered. And this is one of the reasons why the Democrats may blow away the filibuster and say, "Fuck it, we're going to go straight majority." In which case, then they can render him ineligible.
Yeah, I mean, and to say like let's waste millions of taxpayer money to try to impeach Trump again. They don't have to try to impeach Trump again. They've already impeached him. That's what conviction and removal is something different than impeachment. He has already been impeached, not once but twice. So
It's a matter of national security that Trump can't run again for president. It's as simple as that.
Also, I'm just flabbergasted by the way that more Republicans don't just want to get him out of the way and
Right.
not associated with him anymore.
They could decapitate him right now.
All to be associated with him, as long as they want to be in bed with him, ugh.
I have a question.
What?
The news as it's
Right.
as it's filtering across over here is that there's currently a air quote civil war going on in the GOP. Given what I've been listening to whilst you guys have been discussing this, it strikes me that your perception, at least, is that the GOP is marching in lockstep here. So why is the rest of the world getting told that there is currently this civil war, this split
There is a
going on?
crisis in the GOP. I know plenty of Republicans who didn't vote for Trump in 2020, and they're horrified at what happened 3 or 4 weeks ago, right? They're horrified. And I mean, like I said before, this stuff is not done. These people will come back. They're going to try more. And if that happens, I mean, I can't stand the idea. When we saw what happened on the 6th of January, honestly, I'm like, is this it? Am I watching the fall of democracy? Is this it? Is this that moment on Babylon 5, Joe? When they take over Earth? It's just like, that here's the thing. Like I said the other day, 2 or 3 weeks ago, actually, but I said, when there's a coup, there is a conspiracy. There are contingency plans for what if all or none of it, different parts go wrong. No good plan is just one plan. You have lots of little contingencies and what ifs, because nothing's, especially with a riot, you can't really predict what's going to happen. And we're just so lucky that they never got any hostages. I mean, I can't even.
But didn't Trump take a lot of those out while he was, while he was in office? Didn't he infiltrate and remove and just generally obsolete a huge swathes of their infrastructure?
Of which infrastructure?
Of these national security checks and balances that Paul was just talking about.
Well, he put cronies in places, and that's why, particularly in the DOJ, and that's why a lot of shit happened, because the DOJ literally didn't do their job for most of his tenure. And when they did, he basically fired the head of the DOJ because he'd say, "How dare you?" Because he basically wanted to view the head of the DOJ as his personal lawyer, and that's not their job.
Okay, this is a follow-on. What if he has done a similar thing to the military?
Yeah.
Well, he kind of did. He had a whole bunch of shaft lickers that he put into the highest positions in the Pentagon. It was one of the reasons why the response to the January 6th insurrection was so bad, because the military was like, "Yeah, no, you're fine. We're not doing nothing. You're fine."
Well, no, actually, the thing is that's not really the case, but because the thing is,
It is.
no,
They
because
told them no. Stephen Miller was in the room with them too when they called the Pentagon. The Pentagon said, "Yeah, no, we're not sending anybody." I mean, that's what happened.
well, for the National Guard, yeah. But the thing, right, but the thing is the Joint Chiefs, though, after everything happened, the Joint Chiefs put it out saying that they were not going to defend Trump and try to keep him in office. So that was the difference. That was the one schism in the Pentagon, is that the military people were never on Trump's side. The civilians in charge of the Pentagon were basically Trump's lackeys. And so that was the part. So yeah, I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying, Rob. So yeah, so the reason why the National Guard was not called out for the event, which was what the mayor of D.C. actually asked for, is because Trump's lackeys in the Pentagon wouldn't let it happen. So that's why our capital was under defended. So yeah, that was on purpose. I mean, actually, it was on purpose because again, Stephen Miller is he's part of the whole cabal. I really hope somebody rolls and gives up the whole plot, because then we're talking hundreds of high placed people will go to jail.
Speaking of which, what a perfect segue, Joe. We're like that, buddy. We're like that. Anyway, yeah. Have you guys read or heard about the fact that Alex Jones was there, supposedly in direct walkie-talkie contact with someone in the White House? Because if that turns out to be the case, that means that the whole thing, the whole it was planned. Basically, this insurrection was planned. And
Does the word orchestrated help?
I hope their defense against it is, well, hey, if it was planned, then it couldn't be incitement, because you can't incite someone to do something they were going to do anyway.
Yeah,
I think actually you can.
Bullshit.
Of course you can. Of course you can. But
I've already linked it in our private chat, but before, days ago, Trump's sons were at the Trump Tower Hotel with a lot of the people who were running the protest event before it became the Capitol riot. They had all sorts of people there, but just the fact that Trump's sons were there.
Mark Meadows was there.
How is it possible to have a family of such a bunch of consistently
And again,
dudes? Just wondering.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That a gene is like douchey looking a gene, because literally it is all the Trumps, except for Ivanka, who's fucking hot. And I'm sad that she's a Trump, because I could look at her all day.
She looks.
You know what,
father.
Stranger? I hate to have to agree with that. I think I mentioned this in a previous Jamboree, but I hate the fact that I kind of like a lot of Trump's women. I like Melania too. I think she's absolutely just for a chick in her 50s.
I like
Point of order.
Her behind the scenes, that from the person that was her aide or whatever, and there was a news article about how she was talking. Basically, I don't know, her attitude. Sorry, go ahead.
Did we not have this discussion earlier about stereotypes? In fact, twice. And hot is a get out of jail free card for behavior.
I don't know.
When did that happen?
No, I didn't say I approved of anything she did. I just said I could look at her while she was doing it. If you want to put her in fucking oranges and throw her in prison, I'll look at her in those too. I mean, I don't care.
I think she looks just like her father. I mean,
Ivanka?
how do you look at Ivanka and not see Donald Trump? They got the same face.
Yeah.
His
They
face
have the
is
exact.
no, his face is wide and round, and her face.
I must admit, Rob, I've
He's
never
old.
looked at her face. What's her face look like?
Oh, shit.
Donald. She looks just like him.
If you look at the young pictures of Donald and
Maybe
give him
I've
blonde
never
hair
looked-
and
maybe I've
makeup,
never looked at
you're
Donald.
looking at Ivanka.
Yeah, and
Because-
Donald looks just like his mother. I mean, so you take a to look at Mary.
I don't even know who his mom is. Wait, what? Where'd you go?
Rob, that little dicky thing on the side of your face got flipped up, and we couldn't hear you.
No, it's the button on the thing there. I do that with my headset. No, we can't hear you. We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you.
How about now?
CRB, I'm not going to put the comment on the screen, but he's asking if we honestly think that Donald Trump will be convicted, and that is an open question. And anybody who confessed any certainty on the matter is thinking wishfully, and that includes myself. I think there's a good chance that he will be convicted because this is their only chance to have any to get him out of the way for 2024. A lot of these people in Congress have political aspirations themselves, and they must know that if Trump gets in, or if they help Trump get in or allow Trump to get in, they ain't getting out, because he'll do the same thing at the end of that term that he did at the end of this term. He ain't getting
well, and it'll be worse. But I mean, I would say that my prediction is that he will not be. Basically, that vote the other day basically told me everything I need to know. That the Republicans have no integrity. The only way he gets convicted is if they do have witnesses, and then the mountain of evidence is so high and the public opinion is so much in favor of it that the Republicans are forced to, if they either have to stand with the people or stand with Trump, and they know, and if they feel that that's going to cost them in the next election, then they'll convict him. But other than that, I think I won't say it's zero chance, but I think it's exceedingly low.
Tommy's typing in all caps. It looks like he might be willing to take your wager.
So I agree. Trump probably will not be convicted, but here's the thing. That doesn't mean you don't go through with the trial.
Right.
I think it is vitally important. It is crucial that they go through with the trial. Win or lose, they have to go through with it.
They need to get all those guys on the record.
Yeah, not doing it is just asking for more trouble.
Also, it shows history, basically what happens when everyone's afraid of the mob for voting against something like this. When the evidence is obvious, but they're afraid for their lives that they might be assassinated by Trump's mob. They might have a chance of hang whoever come down to their state capitol building.
Don't you think, though, that every now and again they've got to put somebody up to be their scapegoat so that they can, one, like, retain the confidence of the general populace, and two, perhaps like what you were saying, like they're afraid of this thing, but if they put somebody up as the scapegoat for that, the bad attention can be directed there, and they will ultimately, in a couple of years, it'll simmer down and everyone will forget.
So a couple of people have said this now about wasting money. People need the money. You can't waste money. Okay. I don't know what fucking country you think you live in. You are not in Ethiopia. This is not Afghanistan. You are not living in the Dominican fucking Republic. This is the richest fucking country in the world. There is more than enough money. That ever existed in the history of mankind. There is more than enough money to do everything that we need to do. More than enough money.
Excuse me, Rob, point of order. I live in the UK, the post-Brexit UK, and I still have universal health care.
Yeah.
But that's irrelevant. You're derailing the topic right now, Brian, please.
But he's right. But he's right. I mean, there's plenty of money. So we don't build a couple of airplanes and a couple of aircraft carriers so we can do what we have to do. There's more than enough money.
Well, also, to me, anytime anyone in the right wing brings that up, it rings hollow, because there were four separate Benghazi investigations, and each one found nothing, and then they kept doing it again. There were 60 votes to shit can Obamacare.
Obamacare.
Yeah, and this is knowing that it wasn't going to pass. So this rings so hollow from the right wing. I don't want to hear it, because unless you were out there, yelling at your senators to vote against get another Benghazi thing or to vote against Obamacare, you're full of crap. It's a deflection, and quite frankly, it doesn't cost that much. They have to be there anyway. So and the thing.
The rest of the bullshit, oh, time is precious. They're just doing this to distract you and waste time. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Bullshit. There's no reason why Congress can't have a trial and still vote on legislation. We just had 12 fucking years of the Senate doing absolutely fucking nothing except for appoint judges. That's all they fucking did for 12 years. They did shit. Mitch McConnell left being the majority leader with over 400 bills on his desk that he didn't fucking touch. Bullshit. They got plenty of time and there's plenty of money, and all they have to have is the will to do it. That's it.
Exactly, and that's the thing, because they certainly, even before, they've always pursued other business while they're doing it. It's not like they have committees. It's not like they just shut down and then nothing else happens. Plus, at this point, the process is in the Senate, so there's nothing to stop the House from taking up all those bills and having them ready so that the Senate can vote on them, and then they can go to conference and they can finish it up. So the idea that somehow that's going to hold up money is a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. Liar.
Joe Biden just signed over the past 10 days, like a million fucking executive orders undoing the bullshit.
42.
Undoing the bullshit that Donald Trump did. He's done more in the last several days than Donald Trump did. And he's having to fix the shit that Donald Trump did. On top of that, they're getting ready for an impeachment trial in the Senate. Like, oh, there's nothing happening. Just because of the thing that you want to talk about or the thing that you think is important didn't happen on the time scale that you want it to happen on, doesn't mean shit. The world doesn't revolve around you. Go fuck yourself.
With all due respect, I don't think I am derailing the conversation, because post-Brexit was important, because we are kind of reliant on being able to make a good trade deal somewhere. And the chances are it's going to be with the US. So we are looking across the pond with very much interested side eye right now.
You must be very glad you won't be dealing with Trump about that.
Right,
yeah.
but again,
here's the thing. Here's the thing. Getting back to the original question, Joe, as to whether or not Trump is convicted, it's important for the rest of the world, for all the reasons that Rob says. You stand proudly as the greatest nation on earth, and you proclaim yourselves to be that, despite numerous glaring things that are wrong with your system, okay? And what happens now sets precedent not only for us directly, because as much as I hate it, our politics tends to follow yours within 5 to 10 years or so. And where you go now is important for the rest of the world. You're about to set precedent whether or not the leader of the free world can incite sedition whilst in office and get away with it when he leaves office.
Agree.
So,
I couldn't agree more.
Yes, I agree, but that's not the point you interjected with. You interjected was about universal health care. It's a derailment.
Yeah, but here's the thing. One of the things that is critical to this deal that we may or may not strike with you, and Biden is incentivized to go there for numerous reasons, his Irish connection being not the least of them. Yeah. And if we lose our NHS to your privatized system, we're screwed. So no, it wasn't a derailment. It was intended to bring us back on topic, which is what happens in the Senate.
That had nothing to do with the point that Rob was making at all.
Well, it was kind of, because Rob was bigging up how great the US was as a nation.
That wasn't his point. It wasn't his point, though. His point was that their argument was bullshit because we have more than enough money to do what he's asking.
Okay, all right, I stand corrected then. Fair enough.
During this break, I just want to say hi, Tommy. Are you on the mic, Tom?
Can you hear me?
Tommy?
I heard a mumble.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Maybe
Yeah.
he's
Good.
not there for a moment, but he's
No, I hear him.
and that's
I
fine.
hear him.
Um,
I hear him.
the whole Brexit thing might merit a later conversation, but I think there's still more work to do where we're at, because there's talk about more people coming to the Capitol again for the beginning of the impeachment, which I think starts on either the 8th or the 9th, officially. Now, I know you might laugh when I say this, but I think Trump is entitled to a fair trial. And by fair trial, I mean he's entitled to whatever defense to put forward, which needs to be rationally considered by everybody before they come to a conclusion. And any senators that declare themselves in advance pro or against, I mean, it's different if you're in the House, you can say whatever you want. If you're part of the jury, you really should publicly at least reserve judgment, right? I think that's really important. The perception of a fair trial is really important. And Trump does not get convicted. Here's the thing that really amuses me about the people in the GOP and Congress, and this is in the House and the Senate. They think that if they play along with Trump, that they'll be able to control him or navigate him in some way, but they can't, and they ought to know that. It's like what's his name said at the end of the last impeachment trial, you can't control him, you can't discipline him, he's only going to get worse. And that's true. And if he gives them their assurance that if they come along with him, then he's not going to split into a MAGA party and basically make the Republicans unelectable for a generation, he still might do it. And no one in Congress can say that they know for sure he wouldn't do that, even if he promised them he wouldn't do that. The man's word is worth less than tissue paper.
What tissue paper?
Why they don't just cut him off at the knees right now? Because this is the only chance they're ever going to get. And if they're not in on this coup, I think it's their responsibility to convict.
Well, I mean, I agree with you, Paul, but unfortunately, they don't have that kind of integrity. It's clear that they just don't. I thought they were starting to, because then after it happened, there were a lot of them with graven faces, kind of saying all the right things. And then when they had a chance to vote on, just literally like, should we even have the process that's constitutionally mandated or not? And 45 of them said no. You're muted, Paul.
Yeah. That's another thing on the news, when the 45 people voted to, not have the impeachment trial in the Senate in the first place. And there's people with their hair on fire on the MSNBC saying, that doesn't bode well for conviction. And, maybe that's true. But to me, they were, even Mitch McConnell, they're like, look, I'd rather not go on the record for or against, because if I can avoid that, avoiding that will keep me out of trouble. I can't get in trouble with Trump's people or rational people, rational Republicans, the dwindling minority though they may be. And if that's unfair, it might not be unfair. I don't know, but I think the rational Republicans, the people who actually had some kind of tradition, who aren't basically just Trump cultists, because that's what's happening to me right now. It seems obvious. Trump hasn't taken over the Republican Party. He's radicalized like 60 to 80% of it, Your thoughts, Kazoom?
I'm sorry, I was reading the comments and I got a little lost. Sorry.
So the Republican Party is a minority party. Always was. I mean, not that the Democrats are massive, Democratic Party is a massive majority or anything like that. Most people are independents, but the Republican Party has always been a minority party. With Trump taking such a large chunk of it and radicalizing it, that even makes it more so. We can't have a functioning country if we don't have multiple political parties, healthy political parties. Two is what tradition has been. I personally think we should have several healthy, strong parties. But whatever. If we're gonna go with two, then we need two, and one just ain't fucking enough. So the Republicans really need to get their shit together, or they need to create a new party.
Well, see, that's why when people have been talking about Trump's been spoiling about creating a new party, and that's what I think that's what the whole meeting with McCarthy was all about. To basically do what I want, do it my way, or I'm going to make another party. And I would love for him to make a new party, because that would splinter the Republican Party irreparably. So you'd get like the rational Republicans, and they still exist. There's still some would split. And then the ones that left the party would probably come back to a rational, sane Republican Party. And then you'd have the wingnut Trump Party. And then I think that could eventually allow the Democratic Party to break up into the, a more liberal center left. And then you'd end up with the, far left and progressives and another party.
We were talking about that on here a couple of weeks ago. We were saying how we could end up with 4 parties, 2 extremes, and then the 2 traditional parties in the center.
Which is kind of how it was in the 19th century, and we got along just fine back then, selecting presidents and stuff.
Well, and we get a lot more done too, because as we've talked about before, if you take the labels away, and you take away the party identity away, on not all issues, but on a lot of core issues, 60 to 70% of the population is in favor of a whole bunch of stuff. But then we don't get it.
Overall, we agree on a lot more than we disagree on. It ends up being party politics is what gets us.
That's right. So if we actually had 4 viable parties, what would end up happening is we would have pluralities. Probably no one would get a majority. But what would end up happening is you'd have coalitions, not in the same way that because like in Britain they have a parliamentary system, and you get a coalition government that's formed by certain parties. But instead, what you'd end up with is you'd have coalitions that would form and break up based on issues. So 2 or 3 parties may vote together on any given issue, but what those issues
caucus, that kind of thing.
Right, but which ones actually vote on any given issue will change. So maybe when on healthcare, maybe it would be like certainly the Progressive Party and the Democratic Party, and maybe even some Republicans would vote for it, and then maybe on the military it would be the Trump Party and the Republicans and maybe some Democrats.
So what do you think will be, Michael? It's been a while since I've heard from you, man. What do you think the Trump defense will be in the Senate?
I think it will be a clown show. If his legal representation is anything like it was with Rudy Giuliani going state to state for him, it's going to be hilarious. It's going to be something that I hope gets saved for posterity.
Have you guys seen the fact that the QAnon shaman wants to testify to Congress and say that he only did it?
Can I say one thing to that?
Wait, he wants to testify and say that he only did it because of what?
Tommy wants to talk. Tommy wants to talk.
Go ahead.
Good.
No, I'm just going by what Mike got to say about being a clown show. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but you got to admit one thing. It was a clown show with him trying to be elected president too, and he got elected president. So this might be some kind of backing where if he acts like an asshole, he may just get away with it.
I'm not really sure that I'm comfortable with you suggesting that there is that there's some kind of a pattern of behavior here. I don't know if I like that. That implication is terrible, and I don't want it.
Okay, no. Away with it, Tommy. Do you mean that he might not get convicted? I mean, that's a serious possibility. I think it's more likely that he won't get convicted than he will. But I would put it at like 55 won't get convicted, 45 will get convicted.
No, he won't be convicted. This is all going to be about money. This is all going to be about money. It's going to be a reality TV show. That's what it's going to be. This whole court thing. All this is going to be. This will be money made, advertisements made off the news networks. Who had the highest watched election ever? Trump, right? Most viewed ever. Most viewed ever. Most money made ever.
He didn't get convicted in the first place is because it was just like all Republicans. Of course they weren't going to convict him. So the real question is like, does he actually maybe stand a chance of conviction in impeachment rounds 2? Because we have a different set of people that are voting on that.
This is about the same thing Manson's making money in jail. They're making millions of dollars for people in jail. Same thing. I'm just saying, look how much money Manson made for people. Crazy shitload of money. Same thing Trump's going to do. Go ahead, Rob.
So we should put him in jail is what you're saying.
So if you think about it, I mean, this second trial, which is going to be more like a real trial than the first one was, the second trial, he'll probably get off. But if he has a defense, like Paul was saying, like if he has like Giuliani, right? If he has his or I'm sorry, like Mike was saying, if he has his usual dipshits defending him, the Republicans in the Senate are going to have a real hard time letting him off, because that's going to reflect on them. If Rudy is up there and he's got shoe polish running down his face, and he starts talking about trial by combat and all the other crazy batshit nut stuff that he talks about, there's going to be senators that are going to they're not going to want to be involved in that.
Trial by combat. What?
Rudy said it in a speech. He said, let's on January 6th, part of rallying up the crowd at the Capitol, he said, we should have trial by combat. So
when you say that in front of a crowd, what the hell is that supposed to be? Other than let's incite. No, I haven't. I actually have not heard that. I mean, like I've heard a bunch of the Trump stuff, but I didn't hear the Rudy Giuliani.
Did you hear what Don Jr. Sister Danger? Did you hear what Don?
I did hear what Don Jr. said, and that guy's a fucking asshole.
And did you hear what Mo Brooks said?
Who?
Did you hear what Mo Brooks said?
No, I did not.
He said. This is a day when Republicans start taking names and kicking ass. And then they were going to mark.
And what did people think that was supposed to mean other than what it meant?
And
Colorado Representative Lauren Boebert. I think it was Lauren Boebert.
Is that the chick where her mom was like yelling through the megaphone at people? I did see some of that, yeah.
She tweeted the night before, tomorrow is 1776.
Yeah.
That's independence. I mean, these people knew what the fuck they were doing, and that's why they should have the book thrown completely at them.
So, I mean, if these people are part of his defense, if any of them, like Rudy, if they're part of his defense, yeah, the Senate Republicans are going to have a hard time, letting them off. They probably will, because they are kind of spineless, but yeah, they're going to be between a rock and a hard place. And I mean, that part I'm okay with.
He might have fallen out of favor with Rudy Giuliani over like non-payment, but he does have some other people who have volunteered to make his case for him, who are also clowns.
Well, we get to seeing the way that the Republicans keep flocking to Trump, no matter how much he loses. It makes me think, and I may have said this before, but it bears repeating. In the movie Silver Streak, near the end of the movie, when the jig is up and the police are coming, the FBI is coming to arrest Devereaux, and Ray Walston's character, Whitey, comes running up to the train while Devereaux's getting away on the train, and Ray Bolton's character's Ray Walston's character got shot, and he goes over. He's trying to climb up on the train. He's like, Mr. Devereaux, and of course, Mr. Devereaux steps on his hands and makes him fall off the train, because he doesn't give a fuck about his lackeys. They were always only there for his own ends. And you would think, after all the times that Trump just threw somebody to the wayside when he was done with them, or they weren't sufficiently loyal to him, you would think they would learn that it's like, wait, well, the 40 people before me got tossed to the side, but that won't happen to me. I mean, what kind of like alternate reality do you have to be living in?
Well, that's why I say that he's going to make promises that he won't make the MAGA party, but the minute that they don't fall in line, he'll keep on making that threat. And certainly before the next round of midterm elections, he will try to establish some kind of MAGA party. Go on, Rob.
Rudy Giuliani jumped the shark way before 10 years ago. Rudy Giuliani jumped the shark right after September 11th. I mean, he deserves praise. Let's give the guy praise for, bringing New York City and the country through September 11th. That's great. But when he lost the election and Mike Bloomberg became mayor, Rudy Giuliani asked if he could stay in office and share the power of mayor. And Bloomberg told him to go take a fucking hike.
Right.
That's when he jumped the shark.
Oh, I would even argue that he jumped the shark even before 9/11. Because I'm sure you remember, Rob, that basically Rudy Giuliani's political future was pretty much dead. He was running against Hillary for the Senate seat, and he was flagging, and then the party basically squeezed him out, and Rick Lazio took his place because Rudy had no hope in hell. Because here's the messed up part is Rudy had a brilliant first term. I actually supported Rudy Giuliani. I couldn't vote for him because I didn't live in New York, but I actually supported Rudy Giuliani at the time, and I was in favor of him. He had a brilliant first term, and then his second term, he became like this weird, like Big Brother kind of thing, and they started like going after the hot dog cart people and all these little things, like quality of life things that weren't even really crimes, and just fucking with people. And then so he was not popular, and he if he had kept running for the Senate, he would have lost. So but it was actually 9/11 that kind of lifted him back up for a little while. That's all.
Sorry, my mouth is full. Right. Yeah, Rudy Giuliani. His shamelessness. I mean, I can't believe. I guess he's so old he doesn't care about his reputation. Right. It's as simple as that. Old men don't care anymore. You're like, fuck it. What are they gonna say?
He blew his nose in a hanky, then wiped his face with it.
Oh my God, no. Like, my opinion of Rudy Giuliani shifted dramatically when I lived with somebody lived with is maybe the wrong word, but I had a house guest throughout the midsummer all the way to the year's end that literally worked on Borat 2, in which Giuliani was in, and had behind the scenes knowledge of what Rudy Giuliani was like with a girl that was supposed to be underage. And that was when my opinion of him went from that guy's sus to hell not okay. No, that guy is all kinds of wrong. And now I don't even know if I should comment on Rudy Giuliani, because I feel like it's just all going to be tainted by he's a smarmy old dude that will hit on 17-year-old chicks. Not okay.
So your comment is that you're not going to comment.
I said my piece. Unless Tommy gets back in here, because Tommy says some shit and then I feel riled up and feisty, I gotta reply to that. You cannot just let it go. It's gotta be word war. So
one of the most tiresome things I hear from Republicans on trying to argue against this upcoming Senate impeachment trial, the whole we need to move on and heal and blah blah blah, unify. Democrats said we need to unify, now they're not trying to unify and all that kind of shit. And if these people let Trump off on the basis that this is definitely going to happen again. And Trump has been in contact with Kevin McCarthy and Marjorie Taylor Greene in the past couple of days, and they are almost certainly conspiring for Act 2 of insurgency at the Capitol, and what are we going to do? They almost got senators and reps last time. They missed them by minutes, right? And I can't imagine the tragedy that would have unfolded if they actually got them. It was bad enough what happened.
Yeah.
A terrorist only has to hit the target once. To defend against terrorism, you have to get it right every time. So in that sense, the odds are stacked in favor of terrorists, and that's kind of a scary thing to contemplate. People, especially if someone is, and this comes to Babylon 5, Joe, but if someone is prepared to sacrifice their own life to kill the target, you probably can't stop that person.
Right. Well, it's you think about in real terms. I mean, look at during World War II. I mean, now the kamikazes did not have the impact that they had hoped they would have, but yeah, I mean, they did a lot of damage, and they weren't going to stop the inevitable. The difference here is, you know, the thing that's the scariest part is that, as Rob said before, the Republicans are a minority party, and to any time a minority group tries to like literally take over control and like basically make it a non-democratic system where like we're just gonna be the junta and we're gonna control everything, it's never gonna go well. I mean, it's always oppressive because when most of the people are not on your side, the only way you can maintain power is to be oppressive.
I agree with Propter Hawk here.
Yes.
I actually think that music and comedy as can be cultural motivators, especially comedy. It's interesting to me that throughout my life, I've noticed that comedians get away with saying things that are true that no one else on the TV ever gets away with saying, you know? And I'm glad that they get that kind of license, but I'm also kind of surprised that people with authority or in positions to make a difference don't seem to want to address those issues in that same kind of candid way.
Right. I mean, the thing is, as I've said to people who've tried to get on that whole unity bandwagon, I'm like, look, I'm more than happy. I'd like us to come together as a country, but without accountability, that's not possible. Because it's kind of like when we talked about before how people that get upset when you bring up racial bigotry and discrimination in this country, and you bring up the Civil War, and they're like, oh, well, the Civil War, that's a long time ago, and why do we have to pay for the crimes of people now? It's like, no, the crime is still going. It's not being committed as acutely as before, but it's still there. So you can't unify with people that are going to continue to plot against us. If Rob and I are having a feud, I can be Pollyanna and pretend that he's gonna be nice to me, but if he's sitting there literally like stoking rhetoric of like, hey, we gotta get that Joe, and we're gonna fuck him up, later on, then that's not in any way an attempt to unify with me at all. And the thing is, we don't actually need unity. We just need fucking civility and like people who care about facts and objective truth to the degree that we can determine it. But that's not what we have. I'd love to go back to the days where we're just arguing over what the tax rates should be and what the government should and shouldn't be involved in, and how much the military budget should be and what should be the healthcare budget. That would be great. We could argue about all those things till the cows come home, and we're never going to get it 100% right. But that's actually a worthwhile discussion. But it's literally like, should we be a democratic system or a junta? I mean, what the fuck? That's not a debate anymore. It's now self-defense on our part.
My observation about these calls for unity was when Lauren Boebert, same QAnon congresswoman, was tweeting about Joe Biden signing 42 executive orders and saying that's not unity. And I quote tweeted her and I said, you're the one who wants to bring a gun to the Capitol. He's using a pen.
Right.
One of these things calls for more unity than the other.
Well, speaking of which, one thing I'd love for us to talk about, a good segue, would be to talk about Biden's first 10 days. I would like to talk about that anyway.
Fine. But Brian had a point he's been waiting to make for like 5 minutes.
I was just going to say that to your point, Joe, that certainly through my eyes, the import and the impact of January the 6th, I would say that was actually fairly acute. An armed attack on the seat of your democracy that was deadly and threatened the lives of your senators and their staff. I'd say that is a fairly serious symptom of something that is very severely broken. at the moment. And I would say that until you have that discussion, you are not going to be able to find any sort of unity other than come join my side of the fence or fuck off for good.
Well, it is kind of both, Brian, because I mean, like, I don't have any desire to unify with the fascists, right? I have to learn to, I have to find a way to learn to live with people, and I don't know how to describe what I'm trying to say here, but I mean, like, unification is, I mean, if people want to agree that racism is bad, I'll unify with that. You know, if people on that side say, "Hey, we're not white supremacists, we're not supremacists," well, great. Show me the fucking money, man. Or if you're saying that, as I said this last week, I mean, if you're saying that you think that white supremacy would be a bad thing if it did exist, then let's have that conversation about, does it exist? You know, because first you have to get them to recognize that it's a bad thing. And they just think that it doesn't exist, and therefore they don't think about whether or not it would be bad if it did exist. They're stuck on it doesn't, you see? So I don't know. I think all the problems of free speech can only be solved with more free speech. And these people with the freedom to express their bigotry that needs to be confronted, I can't see any other solution. And I think it's very disturbing that a major political party is on the verge of being taken over by overt fascists.
Yeah, and like I just responded to CRB Vegas in the comments here. He said he thought it was insurrection-y, but mostly peaceful protest. Yeah, it was proof. It was peaceful until it wasn't. So yeah, when they were all out in the mall and they were, Trump was yelling and they were chanting, sure, it was peaceful then. But once they actually got to the part where the insurrection started, when they invaded the Capitol building and went running around doing damage and trying to hunt down and potentially kill legislators.
I'm sorry, I'm going to push back even harder than that, Joe. If you have like a Black Lives Matter protest, for example, the one that happened that went a bit wrong 5 or whatever years ago in Ferguson, St. Louis, right? And you have, several thousand protesters and 25 or 50 of them break off and cause a lot of damage and stuff. That is absolutely not okay. But you're talking about a minority of people who went wrong. This entire crowd went to the Capitol to storm the Capitol. They may not all have gotten inside the Capitol, but they all knew what was going on. There were, the guys had the noose outside and everything. I mean, this was an event that people knew about. I knew about it, and I'm not involved, but I knew about it. And so from my point of view, this idea that it was like a peaceful protest for the most part. And I'm going to quote Malcolm X: "If you stick a knife in my back and then pull it out 6 inches, that's not progress."
Right.
The knife is still in my back, and this is a similar sort of metaphor for this, if you have 40,000 people and only 10,000 people storm the Capitol, it's not a mostly peaceful protest. It's a riot.
How many people from that crowd would have physically been able to fit into that building anyway?
Well,
Right.
on some trespass grounds, literally a couple of thousand. As far as in the actual building, I know the matter's in the high hundreds. I'm not sure if it breaches the thousands or not, but it's in
it probably does, because if you think about it, the House chamber holds the entire House and Senate during the State of the Union address, plus the chairs of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, plus the Supreme Court, plus a whole host of other people, plus the gallery. So that's 1,000 people in that room alone.
Yeah, but it wasn't full of protesters, thank God. They didn't desecrate it.
No, I know. But I'm saying is that as far as, and that's people sitting in their seats, that's not people in the aisle. So you could probably fit 2,000 in that room, or well, maybe not 2,000, you probably fit 1,100 in that room alone. So you actually absolutely could fit multiple thousands in that building.
Oh yeah, it's a big building, massive. Yeah. Well, it's disturbing to me that of those who've been charged, they're getting charged with things like trespassing and being on prohibited ground, and the ones who were armed, thankfully, are getting charged with more stiff offenses of like carrying weapons on prohibited spaces and whatever. The guy, I can't remember his name, Big O, I think was his tag. The guy who went into Nancy Pelosi's office and kicked it, took a lot of photographs and stole a letter from Nancy Pelosi and left a quarter on the desk so he wouldn't be accused of thieving it, and then went and bragged all about it on the internet and so on. I mean, this guy had a stun gun on him, like on a telescopic stun gun, like basically a cattle prod for humans that ejects 950,000 volts of electricity. So these people went in with a plan to cause harm to our legislators. This was an attempt to overthrow the government, and playing it down anything less than that is a disservice to the tragedy of the 6th of January. Go ahead, Rob.
I can't hear you.
I keep doing that. I hate these things.
It's okay.
There's the one guy with the zip ties. He had a bag of weapons outside the building in the bushes.
Can I ask you guys? Do you think that
No.
this whole thing changes your opinion or perspective at all on ignorance of the law is no excuse?
No. I've always had the opinion that ignorance of the law is no excuse, and it hasn't changed that opinion.
And I'd push back a little bit harder and say that how can one be ignorant of the fact that to rise up against your government is not an act of insurrection?
Well,
or
it's not
sedition?
necessarily to rise up against the government. It's that ignorance of the fact that the acts you are taking are that thing. So if you don't know that crossing the street, not literally within the lines of a crosswalk, is jaywalking, right? Or let's say that you think that jaywalking means that you cross the street not when the light is on your color, but you can do that anywhere along the street. It doesn't have to be in the white line. So you cross the street.
Okay, but
Can I ask you a question
me
that
or
might help you see it?
me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, you, Sister Danger.
Yes.
Okay. At what point in dragging an active duty police officer into a crowd and beating him to death do you realize that you're doing something wrong?
Those people, no. But the other people that are when earlier in this conversation we were talking about people that were accessories, for example, right?
Okay.
If you don't realize even that you are near enough or involved in a way that might make you an accessory, right? Should you really be held to? And don't get me wrong, I was advocating literally like 2 shows ago for throw the fucking book at these guys, and I hope the book is made out of concrete. Okay, like we need to utterly smash them. But
but okay, let's say there were a lot of people there, and they were there for multiple reasons, right? We obvious, right? We all know this. There were people there to peacefully protest. There were others there that were hoping to kill Nancy Pelosi and hang Mike Pence, right? So we know that there's a range of the extremes. So the people who like outside the building, who had their backs to the building and they're shouting, down with Joe Biden or whatever, they didn't do anything wrong. They didn't break any laws, and they can go home and say, okay, fine. But those closer to the building or inside the building, if they were like inside the building, they're just wrong. They're just wrong. But like others who could see what was happening and didn't get the fuck out, yeah, they're just as guilty. I mean, if you see a crime being, while it's being
committed,
happening, and you join it or don't do anything to stop it or remove yourself from the situation, well, you're just as guilty.
But if you don't realize that the crime is trespassing and not the actual breaking and entering, like if you think that I'm the 500th person through this door, what difference does it make now?
But everybody that was there knew the reason they were there was because it was January 6th and there was a constitutional process happening inside that building. And they knew that if they were going into that building when they shouldn't be in that building, they were interrupting the process of our democracy and the transition.
Stop the steal was their slogan.
So yes,
I want to agree with you, but also these motherfuckers
it doesn't matter if you agree.
they were taking.
It doesn't matter if you agree or not. The entire
I
point
know.
but
That's
listen,
why I'm
let me
asking.
finish. But let me finish. Whether you agree or not, it doesn't change the fact that the entire point of the entire protest was to stop the process happening inside there. That was the point.
Right.
And that when you're derailing a constitutional process, you're wrong. You're just
Right.
wrong.
If I'm standing outside a building and I watch a bunch of people break down the door and go inside, and then I walk in behind them, I have zero standing to say that I didn't know that what was being done was wrong. Sorry. Now the people that stayed outside and didn't go in and didn't do part of it, yeah, no problem with them. Go home.
The question isn't whether or not you knew other people were doing wrong.
But
That's not the question.
No, but that doesn't matter. That's the whole point. Again, if that way in the case where you're talking about someone who's jaywalking, but they don't think that's what jaywalking is probably going to get a citation. If they're lucky, they'll get a warning from the officer, but they're probably going to get a citation because it's still jaywalking. It doesn't matter whether they knew it was or not.
Yeah, that's not the question at hand, though. The question at hand is whether or not that is appropriate. Whether or not it is appropriate to punish somebody when they have no real idea of the laws that they are breaking. For example, if a cop pulled me over right now, I bet they could cite me probably on a minimum of 5 things that are wrong with my car, starting with obstruction of view of my front and back windows, right? Are things that those are things that they could, if they decided they wanted to be an asshole when they got to my window because they didn't like the way I looked, they're like, oh, and by the way, not only were you 2 miles per hour over the speed limit, but I see you have things on your dashboard. Do you know it's illegal to have anything on your dashboard at all in Washington? Did you also know that, oh, I can see a buffer shield blocking part of your back window. Looks like your view was obstructed. I think I'll add that. And did you know that your hubcaps, by the way, have only
let me address
3
this. Let me address
lug
this.
nuts on them, and that's illegal. You need to have 4.
Please let me address this. Please let me address this because this is like repetitive and dragging on for to get to no result. So let me just address it real quick. I can get in my car right now and go out on the road and not see a speed limit sign. So I'm going to go 120 miles an hour, right? I didn't see a sign. I don't know what the speed limit is. It might be 120 for all I know. No, that's bullshit. I know that it's wrong, even if I don't know what the correct answer is. You can't barge into a government building as part of a crowd and think this is okay because I don't know for sure it's against the law. You know it's wrong.
In some cases, I agree. In all cases, that is not a blanket statement. No.
But the thing is not how many people are in jail on a jaywalking rap. Probably zero. So it's apples and watermelons. It's like chances are the cops are not even going to give you a hard time because something that's trivial. But this is not trivial. So bringing up the fact that some people might not have known they were doing something wrong is too fucking bad because this is something serious. This is not something trivial like jaywalking. And to try to compare it as for an analogy to me is ridiculous.
I have an example that might help you see it, Sister Danger. Okay, it is
what you're trying to get me to see. By the way, I asked a question.
The obviousness of
what?
The obviousness of when you may be doing something wrong that you don't actually necessarily know is wrong. Yeah. Let's say it's 2 a.m. Okay, I'm a little bit drunk. I'm a little bit sort of rolly and sort of across the pavement. And I noticed that the shop front of a local Walmart has been broken into. And unbeknownst to me, there is a group of raiders in the back getting away with whatever they're getting away with.
Well, Raiders fans are pretty bad, so
and I'm sort of like, oh, what's going on here? Yeah, and for some reason, I take it into my head that, oh, yeah, this must be the public restroom I was looking for. And I stumble inside. Now, am I likely to be arrested or not?
I don't know. I can't answer that question. What? I mean, that depends on how long ago it was broken into, when the cops got
like I said,
whether or not there's a traffic jam. What?
They're still in the back. It's an active robbery going on. The police are on their way.
The chances are more likely than less, I would say, at that point, given those circumstances.
And do you think that my ignorance that I was breaking the law would be sufficient in that circumstance when it came to my court case?
Possibly, actually, yes. I do think that a person could go into a scenario such as you have said and not be technically guilty of doing anything more than trespassing. I think that they could be doing a number of other things. Somebody could wander in, for example, please, if you will, bear with me, to say, take pictures. Like, what's going on in here? This looks suspect. I want to take pictures or film the thing so that it can be turned over. Then the cops arrive. They are not going to cut slack to anybody. They'll sort it out back at the precinct when they get there after everybody's been arrested, right? But in the meantime, you've now still been arrested and you're being booked and all of these other things when ultimately you were never there to do any of that stuff, right? Or whatever. Maybe, who knows? I'm not saying that's what these people are. Sorry, can't hear Rob. I can't hear you. You're not on mute, but I can't hear. And I see you yelling.
And in your example, you likely would be acquitted because they would sort it out and say, okay, you weren't actually part of the group that was actually robbing. But in the case we're talking here, again, it's not analogous because we're talking about people who were actually with them. So again, if there's 10 of us,
I know. I know it's not an exact analogy. I was just trying to.
You're still legally breaking a trespassing law. So,
no, but and you might get gigs for that, but you probably wouldn't get gigs for robbery.
Should you get gigs for it? That's my question.
But if the group of us all went to some building and I got my axe and I broke the door down and you guys followed me in, you really can't claim that you didn't know something wrong was going on. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Okay, how about in the case of some of the rioting that went on with some of the BLM rioting and Antifa rioting, when they were destroying buildings or they went to a courthouse and were trying to break into the courthouse? Do we have these same standards for those that stuck around and didn't leave when that was going on? Or, I mean,
if they were with the people breaking, if they were actually helping them or they were following them in, then yeah.
But do you know
what about those that are there's all the rioting and the destruction going on in front of them, but they haven't left. They haven't went in the building, but they haven't left.
Right, but I already said the people that were outside the Capitol that didn't actually go in, I got no problem with them. They can go home. They didn't break the law. They were just protesting. That's fine. So I am being consistent. So I'm not saying that just being outside the Capitol makes you guilty. I'm saying if you went in the building or you tried to enter that building, you're guilty.
Fair enough.
As a good lefty, I've gone to many protests. Right, in Washington D.C., locally, I am a very good lefty. I go to protest. If I'm at a protest, see shit getting out of hand somewhere, I get the fuck out. I get the fuck out for my own safety from whatever's happening, or from the police, or from something else. When shit starts getting out of hand, get the fuck out. People who don't, and there are a lot of people are drawn to that bullshit. They deserve whatever happens to them, because if you're not smart enough to get the fuck out, you kind of deserve it.
And I can think of an example. And when I was in college, I remember one night, it was a drunken night where we all got looped up and we're wandering around campus being, causing mischief. And then a couple guys started doing some stuff that wasn't simple mischief. It was actually going to start getting to property damage and other stuff like that. And I was like, fuck you guys, man. I was drunk and I'm like, fuck you guys, man. I'm not part of this. I'm getting fucked out of here because I'm not going to be here when the cops show up while you try to do something, breaking and entering or causing property damage or what the fuck you were doing. I'm not with you anymore. I'm not on your side now. So I've been there and I know what my answer is because I've done it.
I'd just like to bring up the point, I guess in support of you here, Joe, in that given that earlier on I mentioned the fact that, when you're at what point of dragging down a cop and beating him to death do you realize that you're part of an insurrection? Yeah, if you see that. But here's the thing. Once that has happened and the front line has broken through and they're invading the Capitol, How many bodies do you have to walk over on your way in to do your innocent sightseeing before you realize that you are actually complicit in a crime that is actively being committed right now?
Right.
Yeah. I personally think that anybody who is sort of tangentially involved in violence like that, like I say, if you're in the Capitol, there's no doubt about it. Whether you actually hit anybody or anything like that doesn't really matter. I just can't. I can't ever sort of be okay with the defense. It's like, hey, at least I didn't break anything, or at least I didn't hit anyone. No, not good enough. If you were there to give moral or practical support, I mean, they were pushing their way in, like they had actually practiced it as well. I mean, it looked like it was a thing that was like very well organized. They're pushing their way in, with groups of people pushing groups of people.
It's weird to me. It's weird.
And as I've said repeatedly before, they were so profoundly unafraid and entitled, like they knew they were gonna, or they certainly thought that they were gonna get away with it.
It's weird to me to think that, because I mean, I agree. I'm not on these people's side. I'm just kind of playing a devil's advocate here. But
Sure.
It's weird to me to think that these folks may actually either be, one, too stupid. That one isn't so weird. But if they're not just stupid, to think that they don't think that what they did was something illegal because they believe that their side was on the right side, and therefore what they were doing was the right thing, and the other side is the side that is in the illegality. Like
I'll answer that.
I can't get my head.
I'll answer that. Or so, do you want to answer it, Michael?
Yeah. This is why it's so important to prosecute Donald Trump in the Senate, because they're going to use that as their excuse that he was the proper president, that the election was stolen from him, and they believe that they were in the right because they were following the president, and he led them to believe that. That's
Right.
why it's important to prosecute the fuck out of him.
And
That's a very good point.
I will point out that in our founding document, the Declaration of Independence, it basically, I'm going to paraphrase to make it easier, but it basically says that it is your duty to throw off tyranny if that's what you think you've got. So basically, Donald Trump successfully convinced these people with the big lie that they had their rightful president stolen away from them.
Do you think that that's Trump's fault, or that's the media's fault?
If they actually believe that, I almost understand. I don't think so. I'm not condoning storming the Capitol, but I almost understand their anger if they actually thought that the election really, truly was stolen. In the same way that I might be prepared to go way farther than I ever thought I would be prepared to go if Trump comes in somehow and Biden gets kicked out and Trump retakes the presidency in some obviously extra constitutional and illegal manner, in the next 18 months or whatever. I mean, I'm really afraid of what might happen.
Well, and the thing about it, though, is think about the pathology that it took to actually believe him, though, because I mean, literally, you'd have to believe that members of your own party who supported and voted for Trump were in on the fix. I mean, that's the part to me that it's like, and they were making threats at in Georgia and in Arizona, making threats at state officials, Republican state officials, who again stumped for Trump, gave money to Trump, voted for Trump, were totally in Trump's area, side, and like, oh, but that guy's in on the steal. That's insane. That's literally. I don't know. I'm not a professional, but as I'm going to speak colloquially, but to me, that's fucking crazy.
I don't
What do you feel about the people?
In order to make that call.
What's that?
I don't know that you have to be a professional in order to make that call.
Thank you.
Well, you absolutely don't. Anybody can declare people crazy at any point in time, regardless of whether or not it's true. So you don't have to be a professional to do that.
What do you feel about the people who didn't actually go into the Capitol building? They were outside of it, but when they make public statements, they say that they supported people going into the building.
Here,
Less
Rohan.
speech.
Yep. They can say whatever they want. I can say whatever I want. I can say I'm going to kill you tomorrow, but me saying it, me
There's
doing
such
it,
a thing as
already
abetting
different things.
insurrection, though. It's in the 14th Amendment. You're not allowed to abet an insurrection. And abetting basically means to allow something to happen by inaction, doesn't it?
It can. But it depends on what it is. Like, for instance, just say you were one of the people who did it, and you came to my house. You're like, Joe, the police are after me, and if I let you in my house and let you like chill out here, and I don't like call the police and let them know you're here, I'm an accessory now. I abetted you.
Can I read what it says here on law.cornell? Because that actually struck me as a kind of term of art, meaning it has a specific legal term as opposed to just a general vernacular term. And here's what it says. It says to assist someone in committing or encourage someone to commit a crime. Generally, an aider and abettor is criminally liable to the same extent as the principal. We have a different definition here from Legal Dictionary. I'm just going to read this one really quick also as well for compare and contrast, but it says to encourage or incite another to commit a crime. This word is usually applied to aiding in the commission of a crime. To abet another to commit a murder is to command, procure, counsel, encourage, induce, or assist. All of those words, I would imagine, have their own specific legal definitions as to what qualifies as each of those.
Right, but Sister Danger, you have to admit that having just read that definition, those two definitions, that are you going to change your mind? Because just a moment ago you said if they're going, hey, yeah, go on, do it, yeah, that's okay because they're not breaking in, so they're just exercising their free speech. But according to what you just read, they were abetting.
What are we accusing them of? If we're accusing them of doing no, if they're encouraging people
to commit crime, if they're encouraging people to commit crime by verbally and actively supporting it, by being there and shouting them on, then
yes, of course, that fits that definition. But if we're trying to accuse them themselves of doing the thing, then no, it does not.
Well, you just read because they're equally culpable. Did it not just say that?
It did say that, yes.
I mean, yes, but that's not how I read that. That's not how I read that.
That's literally the word read. They're legally culpable. Read the first definition you gave again.
They are considered to be as culpable as the original person, but not culpable of the crime of the original person. They are considered culpable in the position of being an abettor. And an abettor can be, I could abet you in murder, I could abet you in thievery, I could abet you in what is the like what's the word I'm looking for? Like fucking spray painting shit. What am I looking for? Where you vandalize things. Vandalism. I could abet you in a number of different things. What they're saying is, yes, you are an abettor, and then secondarily, we determine what you are abetting in, right? So in this, you are not the thing. You're helping the thing, and what you are abetting of is changes depending on what it is you are helping out. Were you helping somebody start a fire? I don't know.
Hang on a second. Can I just real quick? Unwoken one. Mail-in ballots are banned in many countries. I don't give a fuck. I don't know why anybody should give a fuck. We've had mail-in ballots in this country since the Civil fucking War. So I don't care that other countries do it or don't do it. Not relevant. Shut the fuck up. Next.
That's the thing, because basically, and there's a couple of states that have been doing that like 100% mail-in ballots for a while now, and unless you have evidence of a problem with them, I mean, literally people that are TDY in the military or APO, that's how they all vote. So unless you're going to say that the military votes are tainted, I bet you're not saying that, and if you're not, then you're hypocritical and you're contradictory. So.
I support mail-in ballots for a couple of reasons. Number one, why the hell not, right? I mean, honestly, it should be as easy to vote as possible for every eligible American. It should be simple to vote. There should be multiple easy ways to vote. So I think any effort at making it more difficult to vote should be suspect. As far as concerned as well, my main reason for supporting mail-in ballots is it is a hard copy of a ballot. And electronic ballots, I want to trust them, but I know I can trust a hard copy. I know I can trust that. It can be read multiple times by a computer, so the counting gets really fast as well. Go ahead, Riyadh.
Plus, mail-in ballots are actually more secure because they do signature matching, and if they find more than one vote from the same person, they throw them out. And we know that's why I always laugh when the right wingers try to say, "Oh, see this person who tried to break the system," right? And we found them and we stopped them. That's why we know the system works, because we actually found them. If there was a sinister thing that you couldn't track, we wouldn't catch anybody, and they would just do it. So the fact that it happens on very rare occasion, and when they do, we catch them, tells me that it's pretty fucking secure. So it's a red herring. This is just, and besides, even if you wanted to say that, occasionally a couple votes get through, who knows? Maybe that's true. But unless you have evidence of widespread voter fraud that comes up in the numbers that would actually change the results of any of these elections, then it's all bullshit.
I like mail-in voting because if it's good enough for Trump, it's good enough for me.
There you go. Unwoken One obviously is blocked now, and they'll probably be back with a different account if they're not already in the room in multiple accounts.
Who was that?
Unwoken One. There's a whole bunch of people in here that I think it's all one person, and they're here every week. I think it's all one person.
Right.
And they're an ass. Whoever it is, they're an asshole. But one
I
of
bet you that
one of their stock
We
accounts.
certainly do have our fair share of people who get imposters in the comment section. I see them arguing all the time. I
think that's just one person. I think he's
Right,
arguing with himself.
arguing with himself, right?
Yeah, it's all a show. It's theater. But Unwoken One is one that earlier was saying, how do you know what white supremacy is? Oh, fuck that! Just get rid of that person. I mean, that's
it's like, yeah. I think it's curious because
that's
Republicans
what I was wondering. Yeah,
not been in the chat all night.
I don't know.
Curious was in the chat
Chris was
earlier.
here earlier. He was here.
Yeah, Curious.
He announced himself and hung out for a while. But I think the GameStop conversation. I think he left some point during that.
What did
It was
I
also
missed?
in earlier as well.
I missed what Unwoken One had said that got him blocked. What was basically said?
I think it was a cumulative thing, and Rob had asked me to block him about 10 minutes ago, I think. And I decided to let it ride for a while, but I thought, no, okay, fair enough. I don't really like blocking people on the Breakfast Club, to be honest. But when I have more than one host asking,
can I just point out that the Green Machine actually said that, Unwoken is not Kintaka.
Okay,
I was gonna
fair
just
enough.
draw
Fair enough.
attention
But
to
you know
that
what?
as well.
Fair enough. But you know what? You could have waited until Paul was done with what he was saying, since he is the host of the entire show.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
He
shit,
was in
son.
the-
Let me just put myself on mute, and why don't you go ahead and tell me when I'm allowed to fucking say something from now on?
Okay.
no, I like the way it goes normally. It's fine. Anyway, no, I don't really like blocking people, to be honest, but sometimes I do. I don't really like doing it though at all. I think in total on this channel I blocked 5 people, and 2 of those were today. So, yeah. Anyhow, nothing.
Speaking of comments,
Right, go ahead.
could you just pull up the one from Forjona that points out that we're essentially playing Among Us for trolls right now? Because I think that's pretty funny.
Yeah, I mean, far up.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, okay, like CRBs, behave themselves. They ask questions. Sometimes we tell them to fuck off, but fine, they're okay. Who was the other person that came in today? I forget his name. Proctor Hawk is behaving himself, and that's fine. That's cool. But yeah, trolls. I don't have any stomach for trolls. I just don't. I don't want to waste my time with fucking trolls.
You know what? I think there is something to be said for studying the trolls. And this is one of the circling back around now that we're like 3.5 hours in. This is one of those things that I don't think the Wall Street hedge funds understand, because they've been crying real tears in news stories that are being spread around, and you never feed the trolls. I just heard for the first time in my life today the term loss porn. And if there's going to be a porn of it where they're going to be like sharing around memes of hedge fund managers crying, they don't need to be feeding it, because now they're going to double down, triple down. They're going to be holding on to those stocks for years. They're going to like take out a second job just to buy another one, just to piss them off, because they're trolls. That's how trolls operate.
What does it say about our society? How fucked up are we that there are people that would do that to their own detriment just to fuck over somebody else? I mean, I think that person, anyone like that, is a sociopath. I speak that without any kind of professional training, but it sure fuck seems sociopathic to me.
I think every time you hear a term and then they put porn on the end and there actually isn't sexual gratification, you might be seeing the objectification of somebody else's pain.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's fucked up. I mean, hey, that's the thing. And I said this before. There's a lot of people in the world I don't like. I actually don't want bad things to happen to them. I want them to change. I want them to become better people. But I don't get anything out of wishing ill on them. Not even Curious. I can't stand Curious. I can't stand Brock. But I don't want bad things to happen to them. I want them to become better people. And if I get any pleasure or gratification out of bad things happening to them, then I'm fucked up. And so I don't like to be that way. Yeah, I know in my life, I'm sure there's some times in my life where I was, but I'm not there anymore. I'm 52 and I'm fucking tired. And there's just so much fucking pain in the world. And there's so much fucking the lack of compassion. And so when people go out of their way to create it, I got no time for them. That's why I block people prodigiously, because I don't have to. I don't know how many years I got left, but I'm 52, black, morbidly obese, diabetes and hypertension. So my prospects aren't really good, and I really don't want to spend the rest of the time dealing with fucking people who want to go out of their way and get their jollies hurting other people. Fuck them forever.
I'm waiting.
That's all.
Okay, right. Okay, cool.
Can
right. Well,
can you still hear me?
Anybody else got anything they want to bring up? Because I think this might be a good sort of time to wrap up or get ready to wrap up. Brian, have you anything else you want to talk about tonight?
I was just being told by StreamYard that I'm having connection issues, but obviously I'm still getting through. So
right, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Yeah. Well, all I want to say real quick is Biden's only been in office for 10 days. I've never seen someone accomplish, do more in 10 days. At least try to do more than 10 days. He's been active and energetic. So I think it's kind of funny that he got called Sleepy Joe, because even Clinton wasn't as energetic and he was in his 40s. And then Clinton was really my favorite president previously. So basically, I mean, there's limits to what he can do. There's a certain amount. I see some people on the left that are saying, well, he did that, but he didn't do this other thing. There's mostly because those things require legislation, and he doesn't have the power to do that. But I'm very pleased. He's actually been more progressive. And again, I didn't expect him to be super progressive, but still, he's been way more progressive than I expected. And he's even put out something there. I mean, again, it's going to require legislation to back it up, but he put something out there for $15 minimum wage, which he can actually make the government departments pay that minimum wage. He can't make it a broad law across the country to private employers, but he can force the federal government to pay that wage. So he's doing that. The only thing he hasn't done yet, that he's done the first trappings of, but he hasn't finished, is he hasn't rolled out the thing to deal with the kids in cages. But the reason why is they're actually forming a task force that's requiring multiple agencies, and so it's taking a while to get the wording exactly right. But I mean, I think he's been amazing, and I'm actually irritated because I've seen some progressives that are still bitching, like when they heard about the $15 minimum wage, they're like, well, it should be 25. Well, fuck you. Bernie was talking 15 for the last 6 years, and he's trying to give you 15, and now it's not good enough. Any progressive is like, look, it's been 10 fucking days. You're not gonna get the world in the first month.
Which is basically where I was going to go. I mean, Rome wasn't built in a day. And democracy, when it's working properly, is meant to work slowly. And when it's working dysfunctionally, as is with Mitch McConnell's GOP Senate for the past 10 years, it has arguably not really worked to legislate very much at all. And I think that's really unfortunate. I personally, I was a Joe Biden voter, but reluctantly, I'm actually quite pleased with the way Joe started off. I think he's acquitted himself very well. One thing that I particularly appreciate about Joe Biden that I haven't really heard anyone in the press talking about is, Joe seems to have a higher respect for the separation of powers than any president I can actually remember. Ask him about what he thinks Congress should do about, this or that or the other. For the most part, the stock answer is that's up to Congress to decide. That's their realm. That's for them. And that's kind of how it was supposed to always be. I remember when I was a kid in the 70s, if Congress people went to meet the president for a private meeting, that was considered inappropriate because you're supposed to be separated. You're not supposed to be in cahoots with the president if you're in Congress. The whole concept of the separation of powers has been diluted over successive presidencies. It's not just Trump. But Trump made it really bad. I mean, he'd go on private golfing holidays with and definitely be in cahoots because, Lindsey Graham is the most obvious example of that. But there's others, Anyway, but yeah, just to get to your overall point, Joe, I agree that Biden has hit the ground running and he's done very well. I think he's been severely handicapped by what he was left with. And so therefore should give even more leeway towards patience towards Joe. But I also think it's true that we should keep Joe's feet to the fire. And it's okay. You're not saying he's failing if you're calling him out for wanting him to do more on Save the Environment, for example. If I think he's doing great by joining the climate accords, but that's not enough, I should be able to say so without someone going, hey, man, at least he's doing more than Trump. Well, yeah, he is doing more than Trump. Thank God. But,
I agree with that, Paul. I think as long as someone says, hey, I want him, but saying, because like if we're activists, we should always be asking for more, right? But I think that the key thing is whether or not someone's going to try to write him off because, well, he didn't build Rome in a day, so therefore he's, that I think is unfair.
CRB Vegas earlier on when we were talking about the impeachment trial was mentioning that, hey, what about getting the stimulus checks, or I prefer to call them, survival checks or relief checks or something like that rather than stimulus, because that implies that these checks are for the economy rather than for the people. It's actually, there's no difference. But anyway, he's, what about, we should be not wasting time with the impeachment. Like we said at the time, you can walk and chew at the same time. And the impeachment is important for the survival of our democracy, without which we can get no COVID relief or anything else. If we don't have a functioning democracy, we can't get legislation passed that is in the benefit of the many. All right, it won't work that way. If dictatorship ends up taking over our country, which might happen if these people succeed with their fucking dastardly plans, and they are planning it. Make no mistake, Steve Bannon is all about it.
I think that distraction is bullshit, because what they're saying is the Democrats should bring a bill about so that it can be voted on for those checks, so that their own party, the Republicans, can just fucking vote it down again.
Right.
Right. Why would they spend all this time working on something that the Republicans had blocked for the last couple months? We've had the HEROES Act. It's right there. They could pass it and have the money. Right? It is that the bill has gone through the House. It's sitting there and it's stalled in the Senate
Right,
because
and actually,
oh, you guys shouldn't have a trial because then we're not going to get checks. You guys should be working on the checks. The bill's been there.
That's right. It's been there since May.
That's right. And as a lot of people don't realize is that the Democrats actually only took control of the Senate like last Wednesday. Because here's the thing. Because the Republicans were in control and because we had a 50-50 Senate, Mitch McConnell got to decide when we voted to change the apportionment of the committees. So he was holding that up because he wanted at least a tacit guarantee that the Democrats wouldn't get rid of the filibuster. Now they did not agree to that, but there were a couple like Joe Manchin and one other Democrat said that they're not in favor of it. So he said, all right, that's good enough. So then he finally gave control. So you think about that for the first week, the Democrats didn't even have control of the Senate, even though they're in the majority.
Yeah.
I think Rob might have said this last week, but I mean, Joe Manchin might have accidentally become one of the most powerful people in the Senate.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And like I said, the tough part with him is that I'm not convinced that somebody more progressive than him can get elected in Indiana. So to me, it's like, okay, well then let's look to other states that are coming up and try to primary out someone who's not as progressive as we would like, but is in a safe state that's more, the Democrats at least have a possibility of winning, or someone who's more progressive could win, and then do it there. Like I said, like AOC's district in New York, that worked beautiful there because basically, I mean, I could run and I'm an idiot, so I could go up and just say I put a D next to my name and I would win that district. No, and I have zero doubt that that's the case. But if AOC tried to run in upstate New York, where which is Cowtown and it's very very red, no chance, zero chance that she'd win up there. So instead of trying to primary out the guys who we don't like, let's work around them and go to the places where we can push the needle and retain the majority and make the body more progressive. And then Joe Manchin doesn't matter anymore.
Right. Real quick, and this is changing the subject slightly, but you just mentioned AOC, and I'm wondering if any of you have seen her interview with Chris Hayes on Wednesday night. Because I don't know if you've seen it. No. It was referencing the threat within the House of Representatives at the moment, as Nancy Pelosi said, I think on the same day, that there are members of Congress. Cori Bush from St. Louis is one of them who is like actually worried for her own safety at work. She's had confrontations with Marjorie Taylor Greene in the halls of Congress, for example, and it goes on. So. But what AOC was saying on Chris Hayes, and I think it's worth repeating right now. Marjorie Taylor Greene has been called out for making comments about how she previously has supported the assassination of Nancy Pelosi. And the same person has also, since coming into Congress less than 2 weeks ago, wants to bring a gun onto the floor of Congress. And you put those two things together, and I don't care how much time has elapsed between the two things. You wouldn't let this person, Marjorie Taylor Greene, be a fucking teacher at your school. And you're going to let her be a member of the House of Representatives? I find it absolutely stunning. And AOC basically said that, the silence is deafening with the Republicans right now as regards Marjorie Taylor Greene and her outrageous comments and behavior. And, silence is acceptance. And there right now, as it stands with the modern GOP, especially in Congress, there are no consequences for being a racist. There are no consequences for being threatening. There's no consequences for insurrection. Those were her words. And I think if there are no consequences, we are absolutely inviting it to happen again sooner rather than later.
I think AOC was absolutely right, by the way, Kazum. Ted Cruz did put her in danger. Ted Cruz nearly got her murdered. Not him by himself. There are other people, Josh Hawley, President Trump. There are a few others.
Giuliani.
Giuliani, his words, his actions, the things that he, the lie that he helped to spread, knowing that it's a lie, caused the the insurrection. It caused that insurrection, which he supported. He supported overturning votes on a procedure that you're not allowed to overturn the votes. I mean, he was part of the whole thing. Yes, she was right to claim that Ted threatened her life. Yes, all of them in the building could have died that day. It could have been a mass assassination.
And did you see, it was either today or yesterday, there were Republicans like, again, Marjorie Taylor Greene and others, just demanding that AOC apologize to Ted Cruz for her comments in that tweet, telling him that he should just sit this one out. You know what I mean? I mean, perfect. You know, is Ted Cruz an adult or not? He can't take criticism from a woman. Go home. You don't belong in the United States if you can't take criticism from another human being, much less a 30-year-old woman who you constantly mock. I mean, if you mock her as Ted Cruz, then you should expect to get nothing less back. It's outrageous, the double standards and gaslighting these Republicans have relied on for the past several years. And I mean,
For decades, dude.
Bullshit.
Well, I think I told you. I remember. This was back when Tom Daschle and Trent Lott were in. Which we're talking late '90s, and they were on one of the Talking Head shows, and Trent Lott referred, just talking about the Democrats, referred to them as liberal kooks. So he's talking about, he's impugning their mental state. And then when Tom Daschle referred to some Republicans as extremists, Trent Lott had the fucking audacity to get offended by that. I'm like, he said people that Democrats are mentally ill, and he's saying you're extremist? No, sorry, that act itself was extreme. What he did. I mean, this is a long time running.
So as far as Vegas saying this is such BS, Ted Cruz was volunteering himself to represent Trump for all of these bullshit.
Yes.
Trump
at the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Ted Cruz might actually volunteer to represent him for this impeachment.
And the insurrectionist on camera cited Ted Cruz and said that he would be perfectly okay with what they were doing, that he would fully support them. So it's not me, it's them.
It's my personal theory, and I know this is not worth more than one man's opinion, but it's my personal theory that both Ted Cruz and Josh Hawley knew that they were going to try to attempt to storm the Capitol. They probably thought they wouldn't make it. But if they did make it, they must have known that Mike Pence was in jeopardy because Mike Pence was going to go ahead and follow the Constitution. And it's my opinion that they weren't jockeying for, 2024. They were jockeying to be Trump. They thought Trump was going to be successful with his coup, and they wanted to be the new vice president. That's what they were jockeying for. Now, I know that's pure speculation, and that's so irresponsible of me to do speculation on the internet. Here we are.
Wait, I want to. Hey, my dog got shaved today. Are you unwoken? Because if you are, I'm pissed off at you for not saying so.
Who?
Don't kick anybody out. My dog got shaved is somebody that I am familiar with and have spoken to online for years. And if they are also using unwoken one, then I'm pissed off that they didn't say that. They should have come in as my dog got shaved. Because I know that name. And that name I would have been like, oh, stop.
You're funny. No, I think next weekend's show is going to be the show before the impeachment starts, and I think as the impeachment gets closer and closer, trial gets closer and closer, there are lots more facts coming out. Like the fact is that Trump, tried to manipulate the Department of Justice to interfere with the Georgia's decision to certify the elections in favor of Biden. I mean, he was actually going to use the organs of the Justice Department to strong arm the Justice Department and the legal system inside of a state. That's the behavior of a dictator. There's no two ways about it. Trying to win an election that you lost and using coercion and force to do it is being a dictator. We need to call it for what it is. The media needs to call it for what it is. This is fascism. We need to reject fascism because that's what's taking over the Republican Party right now.
So while I don't think that AOC owes Ted Cruz an apology, I do think she should take this moment to explain exactly why she made that assertion about Ted Cruz. It shouldn't be us defending her words. She has her own reasons for what she said, and she should be just putting it flat out. She has a giant platform, right? And of course, we're just doing speculation as to why she meant that. You know, what she was thinking when she said that. She can put it out there in 3 tweets, probably, if she's going with what I think she means. 3 tweets, and she can show why she thinks Ted Cruz was responsible in part for what happened at the Capitol, which endangered her life.
Right.
Yeah, I'd like to agree with what Mike's saying there. It is down to AOC to explain her remarks, not us to speculate. So I echo that call. Other than that, I've just got 3 quick things that I'd like to say as part of my closing remarks, because I know you were trying to wind the show down, Paul. The first thing is, I think this is what Plato was referring to when he was voicing his objections towards democracy as a principle. What happened on January 6th, the rule of the mob, because that was his biggest concern about democracy as a concept. I think January 6th kind of proved him right on that. The second thing I'd like to say is when it comes to a sitting president that incites an attack on the seat of your democracy and the impeachment thereof out of office, the world is watching. America, have the guts to do what you need to do for the concept of democracy that proves Plato wrong to continue to exist. The third thing that I'd like to say is Kazoom's hat looks how-minded before it collapsed. And I'm jelly.
Yeah, my only response to that, Brian, I agree with most of what you said, except that actually, you use that January 6th as an example of where democracy fails. Actually, what happened was that was not democracy. That was the problem. That was anti-democracy.
Well, it was the voice of the mob, the voice of the braying mob that he brought up as being his main objection to it. And what we saw on January the 6th was a braying mob trying to overthrow the seat of democracy and take it by force.
Right, but this was not the mob of the majority. This was actually a mob of the minority trying to take power. So it's not exactly what he was talking about.
Well, yeah, okay. On the technicality, I will concede the technicality.
But actually, that's the reason why it's actually hard to make laws in our system. Which is why when people argue about, it's too hard to make things, we should make it simpler. They were actually trying to protect against the actions of the mob, because if the majority wants to discriminate against or suppress a minority, if you have simple mob rule, then that can happen, and it will happen.
In a civilized society, I agree with the founding document once again. To establish justice and blah blah blah. Governments are instituted among men by the consent of the governed. I think by the consent of the governed is super, super, super important. And I think losing democracy would be the worst possible thing that could happen, not just for America, but for like the entire world. And eternal vigilance is the price of freedom, right? I think we have to be very, very careful because it's already been proven to us over the past 4 years that our institutions won't automatically make things right. Congress should have convicted Trump the first time. They really should have. The case was proven, but they didn't. It was purely political. The pandemic alone should be enough to convict Trump of another impeachment. I mean, I can't even count how many different things there could be to have impeached him for. So he's had pretty much of a free ride, and I don't agree, and I really get offended and aggravated by people who say, hey, take it easy on Trump, blah, 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 blah. Trump never took it easy on us, not for 5 fucking minutes.
Nope. No, in fact, cruelty was.
I'm just about to wind the show down, but dialing back around to Joe's original point that started off this segment of the conversation about Joe Biden and stuff. You know, I mean, for me, Joe's made a very good impression, but the jury's still out, Joe. And you know, he's got a lot to prove, but he also doesn't have as much to prove as I might have expected, say, for example, from Barack Obama back in the day, because Joe has inherited. I mean, Barack Obama inherited a world of shit with the economy. That was just the economy. You know, Joe's basically contending with four massive things, any one of which would be big for any president. He's really got a lot of stuff on his plate. I know expectations are very, very high. And because of the expectations being so high, the disappointment is also likely to be pretty severe. So we just have to be patient with it. You know, being president is a minimum of a 4-year job. And I think we need to give the guy a little bit of a chance, but not necessarily give him a break.
Well, no, I agree, but I mean, because I guess a good analogy I would think of it, it's almost like I get irritated with people because it's like, well, we need a new car. Yeah, but our house is on fire. Let's put the flyer out, and then we'll we'll deal with the car, or you know what I mean? That's the thing. And so I think that I also think that the expectation should be realistic, because we also, again, even if it was Bernie, even if Bernie was president right now, there's a limit to what you can do with a split Congress. Or you know, a split Senate, and I know for a fact I have zero problem believing that Bernie is 100% true in his word, that he would try to do every single thing that he's promised. And the fact of the matter is, he would not be able to fulfill all those promises, because not because he didn't want to, not that he wouldn't try.
Neither will Joe.
Right. Exactly. So that's
Neither did Trump. They never got Mexico to pay for that wall, did they?
Well, exactly. That was what I was just saying. The people that are going to end up being disappointed in Biden, it's like, well, make the expectations realistic. Look at what a president can and can't do, and judge him by that.
Well, I think about how last week we talked about how there were some people that some of us know on Facebook that were concerned about Biden. Oh, he didn't keep his promise about transgender people in the military. Well, he proved that he still was keeping that promise.
Right. It wasn't on day 1, but it was day 5.
Yeah.
The problem was that, it wasn't on day 1, which was what the original promise was. They supposedly had appointments made with a doctor based on day 1. I don't know if I buy that. I think anybody who makes makes an appointment with a doctor based on a promise made by a politician who isn't even in office yet has problems when it comes to realizing that reality doesn't always work the way you want it to. But
I'm just about to end the show, but I see a comment from My Dog Got Shaved Today that purple jeans are violent. Well, I've got a purple hat on. I've got a purple shirt on. And my jeans are lavender.
By definition, that makes you a terrorist, Paul.
I know, right? It's terrifying to consider, you know.
I shall call the fashion police immediately. Hold on.
No, it's kind of funny. When I was in St. Louis a couple weeks ago, I was wearing these lavender trousers, and I've also got a shirt that's virtually the same color. So I was like Mr. Lavender guy, right? And I went around to some relatives, and they looked at my outfit and said, "Wow, that's really brave." And I'm thinking, is it? I mean, I've been gone a long time. Is it? I don't know. What is brave about lavender?
I mean, it's kind of a fashion faux pas. They could have meant brave in that way. I mean, they're your relatives, right?
No,
you can better than we can.
I like my clothes black, like my demeanor.
Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, I want to thank you guys all once again for being true blue. I want to thank Sister Danger, if she's out there watching, for coming in and hanging out. And I'm very sorry that we irritated you. I love you and want you to come back. Meanwhile,
absolutely.
Back on the farm, everybody say goodbye. Say goodbye, and thank you to the people in the chat room and people who decided not to chat in the room but still watch. Thank you for being here. We'll be back again next week on The Breakfast Club.